A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed, Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Hey, darling, where are you going? Not finishing breakfast?
I just want to get my pocketbook.
Look, we're eating at home. There'll be no check to pay.
It'd be for you to pay anyway. Oh, here it is. Right where I left it last night.
Odd Bodkins.
What's odd?
Bodkins.
Never heard of him. Who is he?
Darned if I know. Just an expression of amazement that you put something where you could find it.
Oh, no.
What are you peering into that mirror for?
Does one side of my face look bigger to you than the other?
Swollen? No, it doesn't look swollen. Why?
Got a sort of a dull toothache in the rear upper corner of my jaw.
Since when?
Since I woke up. I must have slept on my face, I guess.
What do you usually sleep on?
A pillow, of course.
Oh, of course. Does it hurt much, darling?
No, not much. I don't think it's anything. Maybe I bit too hard on something at dinner last night.
Well, if it doesn't go away or if it gets worse, you ought to go see your dentist. You ought to see him anyway, I think.
You sound like an advertisement. Feels a little better already. Hot coffee helps.
Then put that little mirror away in your bag and have another cup. I'll pour. But, darling, call him and...
Say, David, did you put $1 in my pocketbook last night?
No.
Well, that's queer because there's $1 in it now.
A small fortune. Put it in the savings account.
I mean, it's $1 I shouldn't have.
No reason why you shouldn't have one, providing you don't spend it all at once. How's that for a generous husband?
Very generous. But, I'd made up my mind to spend every cent I had, and I did. And now I find I have $1 left.
Did I hear you say you made up your mind to spend every cent you had?
Yesterday afternoon.
I don't feel so generous anymore. How much money did you spend, all but $1?
All of it, including this one. That's the strange part. David...
Look, darling, I know I'm not very bright so early in the morning, but I don't think I've lost my mind completely. Now, start all over again and tell me quietly exactly what happened. Remember, I'm your husband, not a mind reader.
Well, yesterday afternoon you went back to the office after the auction sale, and I went shopping.
Buying and selling a $2,500 sofa at the auction sale wasn't enough, huh?
It was too much. I wanted to get the sofa out of my system. So I went shopping at the 5 and 10 cent store to get some little things around the house.
Well, what we need is some big things around the house, like chairs and tables.
Well, as I was saying, I went into the 5 and 10 cent store to get some little things.
Mm-hmm.
And, mop and a pail and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I opened my pocketbook, and what do you think?
Out jumped a frog.
Frogs are in throats, not pocketbooks.
Well, what did you find?
$5.
No.
Yes. So there I was with $5 and the entire 5 and 10 cent store at my disposal.
What a wild, mad passion must have seized you.
You have no idea how easy it is to spend $5 in a 10 cent store. Practically everything costs $1.
Inflation,
Not
that's
at
what
all.
it is.
It's worth $1. It's worth... Do you want to hear what I'm saying or don't you?
Well, go on.
Well, then be quiet, please. Anyway, I bought a pail for $1 and a mop and a wringer for $1 and, let's see, 6 dishcloths for $1 and an iron stand for $1 and... Oh, yes, an everyday fountain pen. What's that add up to?
Exactly $5.
That's what I figured. So I should have come home without a cent.
Stony broke.
And now I find I have $1. Right here in my change purse. Where do you suppose I got it?
I don't know, but this sort of thing has possibilities. I'll give you $100. See what you can do with that.
David, now be serious.
I'm serious. I think that $1 isn't yours.
Not mine? Then whose?
The 5 and 10 cent stores.
The stores? They're not selling dollars there.
Exactly.
You mean maybe I didn't pay for one of the things I bought, is that it?
Oh, so at last you admit it.
Admit what?
Walking out with an unpaid-for purchase.
I don't see how I... Now, let me see. I remember paying for the pail and the mop. And they put the dishcloths in a bag with the iron stand and
what about the fountain pen?
The fountain pen. Oh, David, I must have put it right in my pocket.
And nobody saw you?
I guess nobody did because nobody asked me to pay for it.
You filched that fountain pen.
But I didn't mean to.
The fact remains you filched it. A fine thing. I'm married 2 months. Suddenly, without any warning, one fine day, I wake up to learn that my wife is a kleptomaniac.
That's not the other thing, is it?
It's a nice upper-class word for shoplifting.
It's not when you don't do it on purpose. Besides, it's the first time.
Tell it to the judge.
Think I ought to go back there today and return the dollar?
That's an admission of guilt.
Mama says admitting something makes it all right.
All right with your conscience, maybe, but not with the 10-cent store. They'll be mighty suspicious that you don't owe them a little more.
Oh, you make it so complicated.
The simple thing for you to do is never cross that dime store's doors again.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. You want me to be, don't you?
Never go in there again? It's such a wonderful store. They have all sorts of things.
For $1.
I love that 10-cent store. I know what I'll do. I'll send them back their dollar in postage stamps. How about that?
They wouldn't appreciate it. It would mess up their bookkeeping system.
I feel awful about keeping it.
You should. Sinners should suffer for their sin.
But I'll have to keep it. There's nothing else I can do. And I've suffered enough. I'm going to put it out of my mind.
Put it out of your mind?
This minute. Oh, such a fuss about $1.
Well, I think you must have a latent leaning towards petty crime, or this would prey on your conscience.
I've decided not to let it.
I am profoundly shocked.
Can't help it. The 10-cent store can get along without my dollar. Oh.
What's the matter? The words stick in your throat?
No, it's my cheek. And I mean my tooth.
A tooth for a tooth.
I have a pain right through the side of my face. I can hardly talk. David, you don't think it's a twinge of conscience, do you?
The way you look, I'm pretty sure it's a twinge of tooth. Where does it hurt? Here, show me.
Right under my finger is.
I mean, how can I see you if you got... How can I see you if you got your finger in your mouth?
Right up there. In the right-hand corner.
You haven't got a tooth in the upper right-hand corner.
I must have. It hurts. Could it be God paying me back because of the $1?
God's too busy. He's got too many other things to worry about. Does it hurt much, darling?
Not much. I just can't eat or talk.
Come on. We'll go see the dentist.
I should say not. Maybe it'll go away just the way it came.
I'm not taking any chances. We're going to see that dentist right away.
David, you're always rushing into things.
I'm taking you to that dentist personally before I go to the office. You have a way of putting things off that you don't like to do. It came over suddenly at breakfast, Doctor. 1 minute she was talking, and the next her mouth was just open.
I see. Well, it doesn't sound very serious.
I don't think it is, but I thought she'd better come over right away.
Yes, and very wise. Besides, I welcome this opportunity of meeting Claudia's husband.
What have you been telling Dr. Martin, David?
Nothing, dear. Just telling him how you got your toothache this morning.
I don't know how I got it. That's the point.
Now, get into the chair, Claudia, and let's have a look.
I'll go into the waiting room, Doctor.
David, don't go.
Oh, it's perfectly all right for you to stay in here, Mr. Norton.
Well, if you don't mind.
Now, Claudia, put your head back. Now, how's this? Comfortable?
Wonderful. I could go right to sleep.
Go right ahead, darling. Dr. Martin will appreciate it.
Tell me where it hurts.
In the upper right-hand corner.
Yes?
Up where my tongue is.
Mm-hmm.
See anything?
Now open wide.
You find our ears, Dr. Martin?
Open wide. Uh-huh. I see the trouble.
You mean I really have something wrong? David, you see it wasn't a twinge of conscience.
I never said it was. Your conscience did.
Young lady, you're cutting a wisdom tooth.
I am! David, you hear what Dr. Martin said? I can hardly believe it.
She's a little retarded.
Oh, it varies. Some people cut their wisdom teeth young, and some cut them late. Yeah, it looks infected. I'll have to take x-rays of it and see what's what. But I may have to pull it.
Pull it? My one and only wisdom tooth?
Will you take the x-rays now, Doctor?
I'd like to.
I'll come back some other day.
You stay here, and you do what Dr. Martin says. Doctor, Could I call my office, please?
Yes, go right ahead. The phone's in the other room.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You won't have to pull it, will you? I'm just getting it.
Well, we'll see. Open wide. Have you had any other trouble with your teeth?
None at all since I'm married. Seems to agree with me.
I'd say it does. You're looking very well. I'd say you've even gained a little weight.
Have I?
Yes. You look very pleased about it all. Are you going to have a baby, Claudia?
Of course we're going to have a baby. What's a marriage without a baby?
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Congratulations, my dear.
What for? It's only natural and normal.
Well, congratulations nevertheless. You know, too many young people wait too long for their first baby.
We're very lucky. Our new apartment has an extra room, so we don't have to wait. Besides, I think I'd like to manage it so I'll be a grandmother while I'm still young.
Well, you're very ambitious.
Anyway, it'll be more fun that way. By the time I'm 60, I expect I can...
First things first, young woman. And I want you to be coming in here to see me regularly. You know, having a baby is a lot of wear and tear on your teeth.
That's the last place you'd expect.
I'll give you a prescription of calcium.
Calcium? What for?
For the baby's teeth.
I see. Oh, hello, David. Is the office all right?
Oh, yes, fine.
And watch your diet. After all, you don't want to put on too much weight.
Oh, of course not, no.
Claudia put on weight?
Well, it's unavoidable, Mr. Norton. But if she's careful, the mother's weight goes back to normal once the baby is born.
Baby?
It's fascinating, isn't it, David?
I'll get the x-ray plates prepared, and we'll get some pictures of this so-called wisdom tooth.
Now, darling, quickly explain everything to me.
Explain you what, David? What's the matter? You're shaking all over.
Did I understand Dr. Martin to say that we're going to have a baby?
Of course we're going to... You know we're going to have a baby. I told him we were going to. Is anything
you
wrong
told
here?
Now, look, darling, there is one thing, only one thing I want to know.
All right, I'd be glad to tell you. What is it, David?
Why on earth didn't I know before?
Why did you know what before?
About the baby, you cluck.
David, I don't know what all this fuss is about. You know we're going to have one.
But when? After all, Claudia. I think you should have come to me about this. After all, the one thing, I am the father.
Well, how should I know when? I'm not a fortune teller, darling.
Oh. Look, Claudia, sit down there a minute. Take it easy.
What is the matter with you, David?
You know
I've never
what you've
seen
done.
you in such a state.
Do you have the slightest idea of what you've done? For the moment, we'll forget what you've just put me through. I'll live, I think. But you've misled Dr. Martin into believing you were in the process of having a baby.
I did no such thing. He brought up the subject of babies himself. I didn't say one thing. He just jumped to conclusions. And so did you.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. Minnie's the housewife who eats sketchy leftovers for lunch because it's too much trouble to prepare anything just for herself. If you fall into that habit, here's a tip that'll make the tidbit taste better. When you take leftovers from the refrigerator, reach for an ice-cold Coke at the same time. For Coca-Cola makes even a skimpy lunch a refreshing repast. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
On the scene, crime photographer.
Got it. Look for it in the Morning Express.
CBS Radio brings back Crime Photographer, another adventure of Casey, ace cameraman of the Morning Express, who covers the crime news of a great city. With the original cast, author, and director, Crime Photographer, played by Stotts Cotsworth and written by Alonzo Dean Cole, tonight presents Roaad Angel. Morning. An infrequently traveled side road at the far northern limits of our wide, sprawling city. Police cars are there, and a grim-looking enclosed truck which bears the legend, City Mortuary. Another car appears, draws to a halt, and discharges Casey and Ann Williams.
Captain Logan and the tech men are back among those trees, Casey.
Yeah, I see him, Annie. Hi, Logan.
Hello. Morning, Miss Williams.
Oh, hi, Captain Logan.
Hi, Charlie, Pete, Frank. Hi, well, who's been killing who today?
That I don't know yet. This guy was bumped off sometime last night.
No.
Mm-hmm. He was a big man.
Yeah. Looks like whoever shot him collected a little trouble himself, Miss Williams. Look at the skin knuckles on his right hand.
A big boy here must have taken a healthy poke at somebody and connected, huh?
Uh-huh.
2 bullet holes in his head. Size .38 caliber, I'd say.
38 is right, Casey. We've already found one of the slugs. The other's still inside his skull.
Okay for pictures, Logan?
Yeah, go ahead. My tech guys have got their stuff.
Thank you, pal.
Any identification on the body, Captain?
Plenty, Miss Williams. His name was Edward Pierce, and he was a farm machinery salesman in Ardmore, about 200 miles upstate. The killer took all his dough in his car, but didn't bother with his jewelry or personal papers, including car registration and driver's license.
Oh, robbery motive then,
Looks like.
Hitchhiker job, Logan?
That's my guess. Whoever he picked up must have pulled a gun and forced him out of his car here. Pierce took a poke at him and bang, bang. A kid cutting through this patch of woods on his way to school this morning discovered the body.
Too bad this job wasn't done a little to the north of here, Logan, outside the city limits, huh?
Yeah, less than half a mile, and cops in the next county would have had the headache.
Mm-hmm.
Why does everything happen to me?
Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert the bartender speaking. You want Doyle and Kirschbaum's dry goods store? I'm sorry, lady, but this is one of the wrongest numbers you could get. Dry goods store.
Hi, Ethelbert.
Hello. Oh, hello, Casey.
Hi, Ethelbert. You got any coffee in the kitchen, huh?
Sure, Casey. Walter, bring out a cup of coffee and bring out some more olives. You just coming to work, Casey?
No. I've been out on assignment already this morning and way out, too.
Anything interesting?
Hitchhiker robbery and murder, apparently.
Gee, where's Miss Williams?
She's across the street in the city room banging out her story.
Here you are, Casey. Thanks, Walter. Tell me about this hitchhiker murder. Was it very gory?
No, pal. Just run-of-the-mill. As it stands now, it'll rate no more than a few sticks on page 4 and maybe one of the pictures I shot in 2 columns square.
Oh, that's too bad.
Morning, Ethelbert.
Here's Miss Williams.
Hello, Annie. Didn't take you long to finish your job.
Well, I didn't know how little there was to write. But now we got to do some follow-up stuff. Burke wants us to stick around homicide and get any inside dope that comes in.
Okay, Burke's the editor, so Burke's the boss. But you ought to know by this time that any on-the-record inside dope we get from Logan is also what every other paper gets.
Well, Burke says to feed the captain truth serum.
Well, let's go.
Yeah, I'll see you later, Ethelbert.
So long, pal.
Goodbye. I've heard of truth serum. Now, I wonder...
As I've just informed several of your competitors, Miss Williams, the state police found Pierce's car, undamaged and containing some very interesting exhibits.
Well, how nice for our competitors, Captain. What are the exhibits?
A fully loaded 9mm Italian Beretta pistol. It was wedged out of sight between the cushions of the front seat. And some beautiful fingerprints on the car door of a hoodlum named Carl Flagler, who was paroled about a month ago.
Oh,
Well, it looks like you're pretty close to your killer then, huh?
Seems so. There's an 8-state alarm out for Flagler. Yeah, it'll be a relief to have an easy one for a change. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Homicide, Captain Logan speaking. Put him on. State police again, Casey.
Yeah?
Hello, Colonel. You have? Oh, that's just swell. Say, that really does it. Now, what did the punks say? Sure, they're all innocent. Oh, you bet I'll come up. And see you this afternoon, Colonel, and thanks a million. They've got Flagler at headquarters barracks in Clinton County. And when he was picked up, he had cartridges for that 9mm Beretta pistol in his pockets.
Well, looks like everything's over but the execution.
You know, it's a nice day for a drive up to Clinton County, Annie. We'd be getting away from some humdrum work. Maybe the boss would...
I'll call Burke right away and ask him.
Yeah, tell him we can go in Logan's car and save the paper gas mileage.
You chiseler.
Say, Logan, you know, tying Flagler up with a 9mm foreign pistol kind of unties him from the 38 revolver slugs that went into Pierce's head.
I've been trying not to think of that.
What are you trying to do, spoil a beautiful day?
Listen, Flagler, be good to yourself and come clean. You finally admitted to the state police that Pierce gave you a lift in his car?
Sure I did. What else could I do after they told me what they had on me? Now, look, Copper. I did thrum a ride from that big lug you call Pierce, and I did have that foreign gat in my pocket, and I did try to pull a stick up on Pierce with it. That's where the big difference comes in between what you think happened and what really happened.
Let's hear the big difference, Flagler.
Well, I've been trying to tell you. Look, I pulled my rod and told this guy to stop his car and get out. He did like I said, and I got out after him. Then I make a mistake and come too close to him. He grabs my gun and gives me a sock on the jaw that almost laid me out. Well, all I could do was run, and that's what I did. I didn't kill him. He nearly killed me.
That bruise in your jaws from the sock he gave you?
Yeah. And look at these loose teeth, huh? They prove I'm telling the truth, don't they?
We can prove enough to burn you, Flagler. No jury will doubt that you killed Pierce.
But I didn't. He was alive the last time I saw him, and he had my gun. I didn't have nothing to kill him with.
You could have had 2 guns, couldn't you?
I didn't. I swear I didn't. I'll tell you.
I'm through with him for the time being, Colonel.
All right, Captain. Take him away, Sergeant.
Come on, Casey.
Okay.
What do you think, Colonel?
Well, about the same as you do, I imagine, Captain. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Casey?
Well, if he did shoot him, why didn't he wipe his fingerprints off the car? The dumbest crook knows enough to do that.
Who can tell, Casey? Who can tell? Colonel, you sure your tech man didn't find even a trace of any prints on that car excepting those of Flagler and Pierce himself?
Only a few smudges that couldn't be developed. Pierce had washed and polished the car himself just before he left his home.
Only a few hours ago, Casey, this looked like a beautiful day.
Anything new on that hitchhiker murder, Miss Williams?
Well, plenty. Ethelbert, haven't you seen the Morning Express yet?
Why, no. A fella left a Morning Globe on the bar here, so instead of buying your paper,
You know, just imagine this fella. You'd rather save a nickel than read fresh news, Annie.
I gotta be saving, Casey, when a certain friend of mine has owed me $16.50 for 2 whole weeks.
Look, I told you you'll get it out of my paycheck this Saturday, and incidentally, it's $15.60, not $16.50.
Casey, I distinctly remember.
Oh, so do I. $15.60.
What's plenty new on that case, Miss Williams?
Well, another robbery and murder. Apparently by a hitchhiker on the same highway between here and Ardmore.
Yeah?
Yeah. Guy's body was found last night. He was shot by the same .38 that killed Pierce.
And Carl Flagler was in jail when it happened.
That proves...
But at least proves that Flagler didn't pull the second job.
Yeah. Is this new killing up to Captain Logan?
No, it's outside of his jurisdiction. You You know what I can't get through my head is how could Pierce have been dumb enough to pick up another hitchhiker after Flagler had tried to stick him up just a little early?
Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe he picked up somebody he knew.
Well, either that or...
What's the big for?
You know, most guys will pick up a woman, Annie, and under any circumstances, especially if she's reasonably young and good-looking.
Oh, the voice of experience.
Well, I've never seen you turn your back on a handsome guy unless there was a handsomer one just behind you.
That's because the wise female knows that the predatory male must be carefully watched.
Sure. Listen, few guys will squawk to the cops when a dame puts something over on them. Often they got good reason to keep their mouths shut.
No doubt.
Look, Annie, if the boss will give me a go-ahead plus expenses, I'm going to give this idea a play.
How?
Well, by burning up some gas along the highway between here and Ardmore, leisurely, on the lookout, and alone, and in search of company.
I don't think I like your idea.
Neither do I. Supposing you get bumped off like them other fellas before Saturday when your paycheck is due.
Huh. Well, you can omit the flowers, pal. You know, ordinarily you'd spend at least $15.60 on my funeral.
$16.50.
$15.60. I'm on my way to Proposition Bert right now. I'm going to see you later, Ethelbert.
$16.50. $15.60. But if he gets... Say, he can't do that to me.
We'll return to Crime Photographer in just a moment. Kathy and Elliot Lewis, on stage, formerly heard at this time on CBS Radio, have left on a brief vacation. They'll be back at an early date at a somewhat later Wednesday night hour over most of these same stations. If you've enjoyed the original dramatizations and fine performances of this outstanding Hollywood acting family, be listening for the early return of Kathy and Elliot Lewis on stage at the Star's Address. And now, back to Casey, Crime Photographer.
Had any news from Sherlock Casey yet, Miss Williams? I haven't been notified that he's caught up with any murderous lady hitchhikers.
Neither have I, Captain Logan. Last night, after the first day, he phoned me from upstate and said 2 gals had thumbed rides with him. One turned out to be a lady librarian, and the other tried to sell him a magazine subscription. Casey expected sympathy, and I didn't give it to him.
The guy's young, Miss Williams, like Jack Benny. Let him live and learn.
Seriously, Logan, do you think he has a real idea?
Seriously, Anne? I think he has.
Fill her up, sir.
Yeah, please. The oil in the water's okay.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you look tired, mister. Been driving a long way?
Mm-hmm. 4 days, pal.
From way out west or way down south?
No, just up and down. 1 lady librarian, 3 discontented wives, and more sales ladies.
What's that?
Oh, I'm just talking to myself. If you hear me answer myself, call the white coats.
I don't understand you, sir.
Ignore it, pal.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Say, did you ever hear of a gal hitchhiker along this highway who puts the big B on guys who pick her up?
No.
That's what they all tell me.
You a cop?
No. It's a dumb newspaper guy who's getting desperate. Charge the gas you put in. Here's my credit card.
Casey's the name, huh?
That's right.
Address morning. Say, you ain't the fellow who takes all those crime pictures.
Well, I'm one of the fellows who takes some of them.
You up here about that killing of Ed Pierce?
I was. Now I'm about ready to fold my tent like the Arabs and silently blow.
Excuse me, but that line is, and as silently steal away.
Oh.
I like poetry.
That's nice. Yeah.
I like Mr. Pierce, too. He's a nice fella.
What? You knew him?
Oh, no, not well, just as a customer.
Oh.
That Carl Flagler was arrested. Couldn't have killed that second fellow who was bumped off.
No. And I don't believe that Flagler bumped off Pierce either.
Neither do I. Mr. Casey, I have heard something about a girl hitchhiker.
You have?
Yeah.
Look, if it's anything I can use, you'll get $100 in the Morning Express, pal. And your name will be kept dark if you want it that way.
No. I don't want any money, but I do want my name and business kept confidential, though.
All right, that's how it'll be.
All right, I'm not going to stall or beat around a bush. I didn't just hear about a girl hitchhiker. One was in my car, and she took me.
Pal, you're the break I've been praying for.
That goes double. I felt like a skunk for not going to cops, is what I got to tell you, but I'm a family man, Mr. Casey. I got kids. I live in a small town, and if I told the police about me picking up a girl hitchhiker...
I know. Go ahead.
Well, it's since this girl's pulled her stuff and a lot of other fellas besides me, so I was hoping one of them would speak up.
Tell me about the girl.
Well, here's the works. Just 3 weeks ago, come Tuesday, I was driving alone to the big town when, standing beside the highway, I saw a young woman. She had one of those little overnight bags in one hand, and she wasn't summoned like some do, but just standing there looking wistful.
Oh, yeah, I've fallen for that approach.
The wind was blowing, pulling her dress kind of tight against her figure, and she had a swell figure. You know what I thought to myself?
Maybe you better not tell me.
Huh? Oh, well, anyway, it sounded crazy, and it was crazy, but I said to myself, Dan Reynolds, that girl with her dress flapping like wings, looks like an angel of the road.
Road Angel, huh?
Oh, like I remarked a while back, I like poetry.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, well, I stopped, and the girl got in, and before we'd driven together a dozen miles, she'd given me reason to believe she wasn't any angel. She suggested I turn off into a side road and park.
Oh?
She made the suggestion with a gun poked against my ribs.
Ah, see.
It was one of those snub-nosed revolvers. A 38, I think.
A 38 killed Pierce.
Yeah, so I read in the papers. If this girl had been a man, I might have tried to take it away from him. As it was, I just let her take my money. Pierce and that other fellow she killed must have acted different. The cops found my car the next day. I'd simply reported it stolen while parked.
Look, tell me everything you can remember about this gal, Mr. Reynolds, will you?
I'm not too good at remembering faces, the details, that is. Let's see. She had sort of medium-colored hair, I think, blue eyes, or maybe brown. She wasn't exactly tall or short neither. But her figure...
Mm-hmm. I look for a road angel.
That's her, Mr. Casey. Till after she gets inside a man's car.
Oh, 300 more miles up and down. And no road angel. Bah, this job is driving me nuts, I think. Can I give you a lift, sister?
Oh, thanks. I was hoping somebody would stop.
Oh, sure. Let me put that little bag of yours in the bag.
Oh, it doesn't take up much room. I'll keep it beside me.
Oh, okay. How far are you going?
Canesville. A few miles this side of it, really. You going that far?
Sure. Farther. Right through.
Oh, that's fine.
Beginning to think so, too. My name is Casey. You care to give me yours?
Why not? I'm Doris Chapman.
Doris. Okay. Or do you want to be Miss Chapman?
Does your wife permit strangers to call her by her first name?
My wife? You know, a husband never knows what his wife permits strangers to do when he's not around.
That's a very cynical statement.
Oh, yeah, I'm a real cynical husband. You married?
No.
Engaged? Divorced?
No.
How old are you?
I'm 21, Mr. Casey. But aren't those rather personal questions?
I'm beginning to wonder.
About what?
Angels.
Angels?
Uh-huh. Maybe the wrong angel.
Well, Mr. Casey, I had to leave college several months ago and take a full-time job.
Uh-huh.
Luckily, I found a nice one with a lovely family. The job pays well, but supporting my younger brother, I must economize.
Oh, sure.
Well, that's why I try to save bus fare as I've done with you. Oh, I didn't mean to tell you all this, but you've been nice. Not like a lot of men I've met, so I owed you an explanation.
Oh, no, you didn't. Not at all, you do. Gee, I'm mighty glad you felt like giving it to me, though. You're an okay kid. How often can a guy be wrong?
Men are always wrong.
What?
This is a gun you feel in your side, sap.
Why, I see it is. It's a 38, snub-nosed.
Turn right.
You're calling the turns.
I always do.
Boy, you really fooled me with that act of yours.
I've got different acts for different men.
You know your men, huh?
I've had reason to know them. They're all lousy. Now stop your car. Now get out.
Okay.
Give me your dough.
Here's my wallet. Help yourself.
Thanks. Now take a nice long walk. That's what a man told me to do one time when he threw me out of his car. So long, sap.
So long. Angel. How could she? Oh, how will I ever explain this? All right, razz me. Go ahead, needle me, Annie. Give me the complete works. I had the girl right there in my car, and then she took me like, oh, nuts.
I'm not even going to ask you how it felt to get out and walk, Casey.
Oh, why not? Go right ahead. Only had to walk about 5 miles before I was able to thumb ride.
Yeah, the bad publicity you newspaper people have given hitchhikers must make the racket pretty tough.
Oh, Logan.
Now, calm down, Casey. I'm not going to rub it in.
No, neither am I.
Well, thanks. You know, I'd have taken a chance on getting that 38 away from her if I don't know, I just couldn't sock even her sort of a gal.
Casey, you remember pretty exactly what she looks like.
Oh, I haven't been photographing people all these years without looking at them. I can even tell you the shade of lipstick and nail polish she uses.
You didn't have that sort of description to go by. Miss Williams will have it.
Huh? Annie will have
Me?
Casey, from what you told us, this Roaad Angel is very anti-man, which has given me a kind of a sort of a idea.
On and on, up and down. No Roaad Angel here, no Roaad Angel there. Only road. And, well, Casey said he began talking to himself after a few days of this. And I gave him the raspberry. Uh-oh. It's her. It couldn't be anybody else. You looking for a ride, sister?
No, thanks. I'm waiting for somebody.
Huh. A driver wearing pants and a wolfish grin?
Not necessarily.
Oh, sure you are. I know you.
You know me?
Same as one soldier knows another, by the uniform. I used to play the road myself in a tight-fitting dress and clutching a little overnight bag.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I gave it up a couple years ago for a better racket. The road's small time, kid. There's too much risk for too little income. Come on, hop in. Let's get acquainted.
Okay.
Toss your bag in the back on top of my luggage.
Swell-looking suitcases you've got back there.
Yeah, a lot of them. Filled with swell clothes. I do all right. Close the door. Let's get rolling. My name's Annie Johnson. Present, that is. What'll I call you?
Doris will do. Doris Larkin.
What college you out of?
College?
Yeah. I got graduation papers from Tehachapo myself.
Oh, that's the woman's prison in California.
Mm-hmm. You a reformatory gal?
I was in Elmira for a while.
You're a liar. They don't put kids in there.
I'm over 21.
Save that for guys who are afraid of minor trouble. You're San Quentin Quail, under 18.
You're really pretty smart.
Yeah, with my background, I ought to be.
What's your racket now?
Oh, same as yours, men. But I make 'em pay thousands while you collect dimes.
I collect more than dimes.
Oh, sure, yeah. You rope a sap for as much as a century now and then. But your average is small. And sometimes you hit a guy who hits back.
No guy hits back at me and gets away with it.
Yeah, I've heard you punks talk big before. I used to do a little bragging myself, as I remember.
Does this look like I'm bragging?
Oh, you lug around that 38?
And I've used it.
Say, I read about you in the papers. A guy named Pierce, maybe, and another named Hotchkiss.
Yeah, I killed him.
Yeah, and the cops are looking for a male hitchhiker to pin those jobs on.
Cops are men, which means they're dumb. I hope they burn some man for those 2 jobs I did.
You never admit things like that, do you, Doris, except when you're alone with a friend like me?
Oh, I don't figure you for a friend, Annie.
No?
I never had a friend and never expect to have one. My father used to slug me, and even my mother beat me up until I ran away from home. I don't trust anybody. I hate everybody. Now turn into the next side road we come to.
You're going to take me, huh?
For all you've got. With a prison record like you've got, you're not going to call copper any more than a married man would.
Well, I won't make any squawk, Doris. Because I'm not going to be taken.
Oh, let go of my hair.
Give me that gun and I'll pull your hair out.
I will.
I'm not a man, and I don't mind messing you up.
Annie!
Here's Angel's gun, Casey, and you can take the rest of her, Captain.
Here.
These guys.
Surely you remember me, Miss Chapman. And you'll get to know Captain Logan here very well. He's boss of the homicide bureau.
Yeah, and if you'd been as smart as you thought you were, Doris, you'd have noticed that a car was following us. It followed me for almost 4 days, just waiting for you to take a ride and talk. She said what you hoped you'd say, Casey.
Good.
I didn't say anything. You can't prove I did.
But I can, my pet. Under all those suitcases is a tape recorder that I started when you got into this car. It's taken down your every sweet word.
And I'm pretty sure the bullets that killed Pierce and Hotchkiss will match the rifling of this .38 revolver.
And if that isn't enough evidence, here's one guy you may get out and walk who'll talk loud and long in court.
You dirty rats. You lousy skunks. You dirty rats.
Angel.
That Doris's .38 revolver proved to be the one which killed them fellas, huh, Casey?
Yeah, Ethelbert, that's right. And that, plus the confession that Miss Williams got, will bring a conviction from even the dumbest jury.
Meaning all-male jury. And Doris is just a little over 18, so she won't go before a juvenile court. She gets the works.
Any girl as bad as her deserves the works, I suppose.
Well, the people who made her bad deserve it, Ethelbert, too. Kids like her don't just happen, you know.
No, they don't. But no matter what it is that makes mad dogs, they can't be allowed to run loose.
Yeah, let's talk about something else, huh?
I know what. That money you owe me, Casey.
Oh, never mind.
While you was out of town, I couldn't expect to collect it, but now...
Well, I haven't forgotten it, pal. Here. There you are, $16.50.
$16.50?
Well, that's right, isn't it?
Sure, it's right, but $16.50. Miss Williams, did you feed Casey some of that truth serum you were getting for Captain Logan?
You have been listening to Crime Photographer, played by Stotts Cotsworth, and based on the original character created by George Harmon Cox, is written for radio by Alonzo Dean Cole, with Jan Miner as Anne, John Gibson as Ethelbert, Bernard Lenrow as Captain Logan, Lou White's original music, and Teddy Wilson as the Blue Note pianist. Crime Photographer is produced and directed by John Dietz. Join us again next Wednesday night at the same time for another fast-moving adventure with Casey, Crime Photographer. For our men in uniform overseas or anywhere away from home, home is mail call. Through the letters you send to those you know, you brighten life and make home close. Write often all the items you know about the place you left behind. Make your friend or relative glad instead of sad when mail call rolls around. Gangbusters go into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
What you are about to hear is real.
Control 1 to car 40J, clear, 6:09 p.m. Orders 21 and 23, traffic control, Washington and Sepulveda. Frequency clear, KMA 394.
56-1 in service, starting mileage 12,321, 12321. Officers Perkins and Walters.
1 to 56, mileage 12,321. Detective Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. Tonight you're riding in a detective unit just reporting for duty on the night watch. This is a black sedan, radio buried in the glove compartment, plain clothes. No identification of the police car. And while you're with us, remember, we have no way of knowing where we're going or what we're going to do. But there's one thing for sure. The two detectives up front, the people you'll meet, they're not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 56, on patrol somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Sure?
Yeah, they were right between the two cars, but I can't see them now.
Turn around and take a look.
Here's the situation. A quick picture. We split up to go to dinner. This is the uniform car with Officer Rayline driving. Sergeant Perkins is in Detective Unit 56, a block or two behind. And just a second ago, we got a quick look at a man and woman on the street in a fist fight. We're maneuvering our car now, waiting to get around to go back. Still can't see them. She had him pinned against the wall and swinging punches. Now we're around. Swinging around now. And into the curb. The couple have moved off the street and into a pickup truck just in front of us. Now that I have a better look, I remember this Perkins and I tangled with this couple a couple of weeks ago.
You mind stepping out of the car, sir?
A woman at the wheel. Man, tall, thin, uncoiling, rolling out on the street.
Go ahead and take me to jail if you want to. I haven't drove no car. That car don't belong to me, see?
You finished?
Yes, sir.
You see this line?
Yes, I see that.
All right, I want you to walk it.
I don't have to walk that line.
I want you to walk it.
I say I don't have to walk that line. You know why? If you want to take me to jail, go ahead and take me to jail. I don't owe nobody nothing, see? See what I mean? I don't owe nobody nothing. So if you want to take me to jail, that's okay with me.
Are you going to walk this line, mister?
Why should I walk the line?
All right.
Suspect refuses to cooperate. Flying going back to our car to a radio for assistance. Well, stand by for trouble. Here comes the woman. Short, heavy, armed with an umbrella.
But he was in the car when you come and got him out of the car and asked him to walk the white line. Now, that's the truth. I don't care who you are or anything else. He was in the car when you come and drug him out and flashed the flashlight in his face. I just got him paying one $27 ticket, and I got another one right here in my pocket. You want to see it, but I just got it a few minutes ago.
When we came down the street...
Listen, when you came down the street and you drug him out of the car... No, I won't hush. I'm getting tired of this. Every time you turn around, there's a cop on this corner. So I'll go back to Bellflower where I belong. Maybe I belong in the country or something, but you was in the car when he flashed the light on you. I'm not that drunk. I did have 3 beers. I'd walk any straight line they want to walk.
I'm not driving no car.
I know you're not driving the car. And you was in your own profession when he went and stuck that light in your life and your face. Well, I'm tired of this.
I know it.
I'm not keeping the city up.
I paid the 20.
I'll bet the
Perkins and his partner heard our call on the radio.
I'm getting tired of
Rolling up in 5 seconds.
Now, listen, don't man hell with me. right, bud.
Don't walk off when I'm talking to you.
Well, all right, then talk to me in a nice full of voice.
Your language.
All right, here, lift my arm. I got a right the same as you have, if you are a cop.
I'm a police
All right,
officer.
I don't give it your 2 police officer.
Now, just a minute.
Please take your hands off of me.
I will if you will not.
All right, please take your hands off of me.
All right, now what is the trouble?
Okay. We stopped there. We didn't even go in the going. He was sitting in the car seat, and I was trying to get him to go home.
All right.
And whoever it was that was driving this patrol car or whatever it was, turned a flash the light on his face and asked him to get out.
That's
That's our profession, isn't it?
That's perfectly normal procedure. I think we've stopped you once before.
Oh, no, I beg your pardon. You've never stopped me before.
We have.
All right, where?
Right on Washington Boulevard. I think stop both of you.
No, no.
Oh, honey.
I've got a ticket right here tonight, yes.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
That's my business.
No, it's not your business.
Oh,
It's our
yes,
business.
I beg your pardon. It is my business.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
How do I know?
Honey,
No?
I can walk a straight line as you can.
Well, let's see you walk this line down.
Okay, I can sure do it.
Now, if you'll come back here, please, and walk it the way I want you to walk it. You
Oh,
place your
yeah, I
heel and
know.
your toe
Toe
together.
to toe.
You've done it before?
No, I haven't did it before.
Well, then do it this way. Place your heel and toe together right down the line. You're not placing your heel and toe together. Look, like this. Put your heel and your toe together right like that. Each time. See? Not like that. Put them together each time.
Oh, can't do it.
Try a minute, lady. Try a minute. Do you remember when I stopped you once before? Do you remember that, lady?
Yeah, right over here.
Right over there. What did I tell you at that time? I let you go that time, didn't I? You both had been drinking? You recall that?
Yeah.
When I told you that if I ever caught you in a similar position again, that I wouldn't be able to give you that break? You remember that? Well, I think both of you better go in the station with that one.
Okay.
You want to watch him, Jim, for a minute? Ray, can I see you? Jim will ride in with you. When you get in, you better book him plane drunk. Okay, Ron. Ready, Don?
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, Reed. Huh? Thanks for lousing up my dinner.
Oh, don't mention it, Ray. Anytime at all.
A 5-6 to 1 on that 214 call. The 5-4 has a couple of 447s in custody, and they're en route to the station. We're clear. And requesting 7 at the New China Cafe. It's 5500 Washington Boulevard.
Control 1 to 5-6. Cancel code 7 and take this call. Meet car 5-3 at 2938 Burnsford. 2938 Burnsford. Citizen holding a prowler.
5-6, Roger. Reed, I think you're beginning to be a jinx. First you louse up Ray's dinner, and there goes ours.
Gee, I'm sorry, fellas. Tell you what, tomorrow I'll bring a box lunch.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
It's a quiet neighborhood. 2 uniformed cars parked in the driveway. On the porch, an officer has the suspect handcuffed. His partner, Johnny Moss, coming over to meet us.
What's the deal, Johnny?
It's kind of confusing, Sergeant. This fellow apparently has been peeking in the woman's window here, and her boyfriend heard a noise and came out and chased him into the backyard. And there was sort of a hassle there for a few moments.
Did you check his ID?
Well, that's another thing, Sergeant. He just lives down the street a couple of doors here.
Okay, we'll check him out.
Perk, do you recognize the suspect?
No, I don't think so. Why, do you know him?
Yeah, I know him. Suspect, mild, middle-aged, nervous.
You been drinking tonight?
Well, not much.
What were you doing in the yard?
Well, I mean, you hear noises and stuff. I mean, you come out to investigate. I mean, you come out to
somebody else's
look.
yard to doing?
Well, you go anywhere. I mean, to
Why
look.
don't you call the police?
Why don't you call the police? Well, I mean, you don't think of that right away.
I think it's a very dangerous situation. I don't think you're taking a perfect chance to get you shot. I'm going to hold him here, Johnny. We're going to talk to the people now.
Well, I suppose it was bound to happen. But this is the first time in several years of police work that we've encountered a suspect that I was personally acquainted with. Well, moving into the house. A young woman, visibly shaken. Male companion, tall, husky. And he's guiding us out to the back patio.
There's a gate right here. Is that gate closed? The gate was closed. The boy hit the gate. Going out. And you were inside on the couch there. Right. And when you got up, what happened when you got up to come over here? I mean, did you see where was he standing? Was he right here?
Well, I threw open the door, and he was right about here. He was moving. You know, and when I threw open the door, he was traveling.
And how far did you have to chase him?
I had chased him out the gate. And as he went around the gate there, he slipped. He was getting up as I was coming on. He
jumped on top of him?
Yeah. I got a shirt torn.
Beforehand, I mean, he never made indication to identify himself to you?
No, he was strictly cutting out.
And at the time that you came out, did you have any idea who it was?
No, I had no idea.
Have you ever had any trouble like this before? I mean, anybody heard any noises on here? Yeah.
Well, maybe I didn't tell you guys.
No, you didn't. I mean, you told me.
Yeah. What the deal was, 2 nights ago, I had my wallet laying on the coffee table in here in my jacket. And they were taken out of there. About a matter of 10 minutes' time, I guess. And I didn't report it or nothing. I had no money in my wallet, just my papers. And I didn't figure it'd really do any good. So I just went down there with the papers. But that was the deal one of the night. Even then, I thought they was hearing things, but I knew somebody had been in the house. And I mean, she's all shook up because she said, well, I'm looking for the kids.
Well, when your wallet was taken, was your door unlocked, or do you have any idea how they got in to get it in?
Well, the only thing I did, I checked the back door, and it was open. I mean, she's never had any trouble here before. She always leaves her doors open, I guess. You know, unlocked. But since then, she's been keeping them locked. See?
Well, this may be the answer to that problem down here.
Yeah. I wanted to find my wallet out. Yeah.
Moving back into the house. Pretty well established. This man committed an act of prowling. Possibly may be connected with a burglary. Knowing his background, he doesn't need money. Good reputation as a businessman. Now the question is why? Why did he pick this house? Was he here 2 nights ago? Did he take the jacket? There's a motive somewhere. See if we can find some answers.
It's much easier to find out about it now because it's going to save you a lot of embarrassment and a lot of trouble. We know what the story is, what the situation is. Don't walk away when I'm talking to you.
I'm not trying to walk away, pal.
Now, how about this? This man has a wallet missing from here.
No, sir, I haven't got it.
You ever been in the house?
No,
2 nights
I
ago.
never have.
Where were you 2 nights ago?
2 nights ago, I was at work.
You were at work?
Yeah. I just got off work tonight. Just come home.
Let's take him in.
Placing the suspect in the back of a radio car, they'll transport him to the station. We'll question him there when we have more of a chance to concentrate. At the same time, give him a chance to sort of settle his nerves. Well, it's just my personal opinion, but I feel we're not dealing with a criminal. Yet he's committed a criminal act. Now let's get back in the house again. Young woman, nervous, cigarette, blonde, attractive.
I think that's probably the answer to your problems down here as far as hearing noises and prowling, because he does admit being around several times in the past.
Scared to death if I'm here alone all the time.
You have a phone here, do you?
Yes.
Well, don't ever hesitate to call us. I mean,
Well,
if you hear any noise at all, I mean, even if you're not sure that it's anything, why, just go to the phone and don't let anybody know what you're calling. Just call the police department. Ask the operator of the police department. We'll send a car down, check it out. I'm happy to do it. Right. Right.
What are you so quiet about? Well, there's an interesting angle to this case. I've seen that suspect there on the street a time or two with his wife.
So? Well, just that I get all my gear in here.
Here we go. It's just that his wife is a dead ringer for that victim there. Young, blonde, pretty. So? I have a feeling it's going to put a different angle on this case.
Now, when we get to the station, see what we find out.
This is the Detective Bureau. The suspect being brought in. Glancing at the barred window, deep breath. Almost as if he can't believe this is happening. The key questions. Why did he single out that house to prowl? Did he take that jacket 2 nights ago? If he did, why?
How old are you? 43, I believe, going on 44.
And you married?
Yeah.
Any children?
Yes, 3.
3. Well, tell me what happened tonight.
Well, I mean, I guess you know the story.
Well, what,
it's just, I don't know, telling you, when my wife is gone, I mean, I just can't take it.
Is your wife away now?
Yeah.
She's going to be gone long, or?
Yeah, she's going to be gone 6 months.
Is there a reason? I mean, are you separating or anything like that?
No. I mean, she can't stand the climate. She's got bad sinus, and she's had quite a few operations, and she forms an allergy to the sinus, and she just can't stand it here. And it's just one of those circumstances. I wish she didn't have to go, but I mean, she's got to. I mean, that's all there is to it.
There is something that has come about on this deal is this missing wallet from this fellow had in the house from 2 nights ago. And if you did take the wallet, we want to know about it.
I found a coat. There was a coat out in our patio. I don't know where it is, but I mean, there was a coat out there in our patio, but I don't know.
Here's the thing.
I don't even remember what color it is. Right?
This fellow lost his coat and his wallet, which was inside the house. Somebody went in the house.
I've never been in that house, fella.
Suspect glancing away.
Well, look,
can't look the sergeant in the eye. Sounds convincing, but his physical reaction doesn't match.
This house 2 nights ago, and you've been drinking, didn't realize it?
No, I mean, I don't drink. I mean, this is the first night I've had a few.
Well, you were there at your house 2 nights ago, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Well, doesn't that seem strange to you? I mean, that the coat would just automatically turn up in your patio.
Look, listen, please. I mean, I'm telling you the truth. I never was in that house, so help me. I mean, that's not my makeup.
When did you find the coat there? 2 nights ago?
No, I think it was last night.
Last night?
When I got home.
How many times have you gone around to that house there?
This is the second time.
Second time?
Second time, yes, sir.
Well, we've had quite a few prowler calls in that area down there.
That's the only place I've ever been. I mean, is there.
Well, right now you're booked on a charge of burglary. Suspicion of burglary.
Oh, no.
And between now and Monday, when the detectives will talk to the district attorney, it's going to make the difference as to what the district attorney goes. In other words, whatever information that we can furnish him about the problem that you have is going to help you. Okay.
Suspect, up out of the chair.
Try to relax a little bit.
I can't. This guy got those groove fellas out there because I can't realize either way.
Beginning to crack under the strain. Head down on the desk.
He can't sleep at night. They won't give me any more sleeping pills.
I want you to tell me the truth. I don't want you to lie. I want you to tell me just how the coat came into your possession. I don't want any lies. I want the truth.
Suspect, relaxing, staring at the desk. Look of relief.
Why don't you tell us about it? Start to begin with what happened that night.
I mean, I just come home and lights were on there. And I just went there, picked the coat up, and I don't know why.
That's the night when you went there. Did you go to the front window first, or the back window, or?
No, I went to back.
And when you looked in, were they sitting on the couch, or what?
No.
How long were you there?
About 10, 15 minutes.
When did you get the urge to pick up the coat?
I don't know why. I mean, why did somebody do some fool thing like that? I mean, I just can't understand it.
Well, we don't feel that you're a thief, but we want some explanation for why. You think it's an uncontrollable urge?
No, because I've never had that before. I mean, I don't know. That's what I said. I wish I knew.
Well, you feel then you need some sort of treatment?
I don't know. I wish I could explain. I wish I knew, because I don't like it.
What I want to do now, I'm going to type up a brief statement and let you read it over, and we'd like to have you sign it. Kurt, if you want to go ahead and talk to him, I'll be in the other room and type this up. Okay. I'll be back in a minute.
Yes, that's taking the jacket. Question is why?
Okay.
He didn't need it. Unless in his haste he thought it was the woman's and wanted to possess something of hers. Well, further interrogation may bring it out.
How do you and your wife get along? And your wife at home? Get along very good?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
Oh, about 7.5, 8 years.
Well, when you went there tonight, did you go with the intention of looking in the window?
No, I was just drawn by the light, and went. I think why it is because she's a blonde and my wife's a blonde, and I don't know. I think it just. I don't know.
Do you picture your wife when you look at her? Would that be the feeling you get?
I guess more or less.
When you took this coat, did you have a feeling that perhaps the coat belonged to her and you wanted to have something that was her very own?
It could have been it. I didn't think much about it.
You know, we seem to be making maybe what you think is a big issue out of it.
No, I know
it. It seems to be a powder case, but our thought is this.
I know. It's for future.
A lot of times it may happen, and in this case where this man ran out of the house to apprehend you, you may have been frightened, and frightened very bad. And you may have resisted and attempted to get away, and he may have tried to overcome that force.
No, that's
and as a result, you may have killed him. A situation like that would be second-degree murder. And then you'd be sorry for it.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to prevent that.
That's right. I can understand that.
Would you read this over here and read it over and if there are any changes or corrections you want to make, if I've made any mistakes on it where you come to our attention, we'll change it.
Is that really already?
Yes.
My God.
You're fine.
While he's looking over the statement, we have a fairly clear picture. The suspect will have to be held on a technical charge of burglary. And yet, in reality, he isn't a burglar. He's meek, mild, but potentially he's capable of committing bodily harm to a victim. What makes it really dangerous is he doesn't even know.
Does that relate to facts as they actually happen? This one, right? Put the date in right here, if you will, and sign on the spot.
Signature to confession.
Okay. We'll take you back to the cell now, and don't worry about it. It's something we just have to face.
Yes, I know.
I think you feel better now.
Don't worry about it.
Can't help being sorry for that fellow. Yeah, but actually we're doing him a favor. I guess you're right.
What you have just heard is real. This investigation was recorded as it actually occurred. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation of the intoxicated couple resulted in their arrest for plain drunk. Just a special note, this case was highly censored because of the profane language directed at the officers. The final case of the man prowling is unusual even in police work. So that we may understand and recognize the symptoms, let's review this investigation. The suspect admitted prowling around this particular house because the woman occupant bore a striking resemblance to his wife. He also admitted stealing a jacket belonging to the victim because of his fixation. The thing that impressed both the officers and the court was this man needed help far more than punishment. As a result, he was sent to a hospital for psychiatric treatment. Potentially, this man was dangerous, although he would be the last to recognize this fact. Not that in his mind he would ever harm anyone, but should he become trapped from prowling, panic and fear of being caught could drive him to violence, which might result in homicide. As you ride in Detective Unit 5-6 each week, we hope you will derive more than just entertainment. We hope you'll develop a better understanding of human problems. If so, then we have a meaning for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Calling all detectives. The average detective doesn't make much money, but I was once given $1 million to spend as I please. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Most people like me, Jerry Browning, in my business, private detective, don't get rich. But sometimes they get to handle an awful lot of money.
Don't stay long, Mr. Browning. Jared is a very sick man.
I understand. I'll make it as fast as possible. The old man on the bed was little more than a pair of dark, alert eyes and the fierce will to live a little longer.
About time you got here, Brownie. Can't expect a man to hang on forever, you know.
I smiled at him. You got a long way to go, Mr. Jarrett, so take it easy. The old man tried to prop himself up on an elbow. Failed.
He's a liar, Browning, but I'll overlook it this time. I'm as good as dead, and you know it.
The big dark eyes burned into mine.
You an honest man, Brownie?
I grinned at him. Reasonably honest, Mr. Jarrett. I make more money that way. The ancient head nodded.
You'll do, Browning. Call in John Pettit. He's my confounded lawyer in the other room. Aim to make me a new will. I'm leaving you all my money. Close to $1 million. And I'm leaving you a job. You find out who that money rightfully belongs to, and you take off it as much as you think is coming to you for a fee. And don't forget, you're an honest man.
A dying man willed me $1 million and told me to find out who should really get the money. 3 weeks later, Jarrett's lawyer and I faced a room full of Jarrett's relatives. Under the provisions of the late Mr. Jarrett's will, Mr. Browning here is the sole legatee. Jarrett's nephew jumped to his feet.
You can't get away with this, Browning. We'll go to court, have the will broken.
I shrugged. Take it easy, everybody. I intend to follow Jarrett's instructions. Find out who really deserves the money. And as soon as I figure it out, you'll all hear from me. Later, I had a private conference with John Pettit, the lawyer. You have a great responsibility, Mr. Browning. One I don't envy you. I know just what you mean. I've got $1 million, only none of it's mine. And I haven't the slightest idea of how to find out who should have it. I assume you're considering Mr. Jarrett's quite considerable number of relatives? Yeah. But I can't help thinking. If Jarrett wanted any of his relatives to have the money, why didn't he leave it to them directly? That, Mr. Browning, is for you to determine. I spent the next couple of weeks ducking reporters and running investigations of Jarrett's relatives. He had 2 brothers, a sister, a flock of nephews and nieces, and a couple of dozen cousins of assorted degree. Jarrett's relatives checked out like people anywhere. Some high-minded, some selfish, some honest, a few not so honest. I tried to project myself into the mind of a dying old man. At a moment like that, he'd be trying to square his conscience, make amends of some kind. Maybe repay somebody he'd cheated. Okay, but why couldn't his lawyer handle that? Why did he need a detective unless... Right there, I knew I had it. Jarrett picked a detective because there was crime involved. Now all I had to do was find the crime. Two days later, I was on a plane bound for Casper, Wyoming. It had taken me that long to find out where Jarrett had originally made his money, and where a man makes his money is the general area in which his conscience sometimes bothers him. Over the years, I've learned that for certain kinds of information, the place to go is a tavern or bar. And at the $Silver Dollar Cafe, Henry Jarrett? No, can't say as ever heard of him, but I'm kind of a stranger in these parts. Only been tending this bar 18 years. Reckon you better ask Pop Bentley. He's a old-timer. Well, where'll I find Pop Bentley? You'll find him sleeping on the sunniest part of the porch. When I finally located Pop and roused him, he cocked a shrewd eye at me.
Jarrett? Nope, don't remember him. But if I had a few drinks, it might jog my memory.
The old-timer's idea of a few drinks was a full bottle. But after a while, his tongue loosened.
Yep. That Hank Jarrett was a smart one. He didn't sell out his claim like some t'other fellers. And that Hank, him and Joe Lawson, I reckon they must took out close to $1 million in dust without anybody ever knowing where the place was. Lots of fellers tried following him. Tried to myself one time. Led me up and down the desert and finally lost me. Almost died of thirst before I got back. Yep, that Hank Jarrett is a smart one.
He sure must have been. Hey, by the way, what became of Joe Lawson?
He died. More than one feller died back in them days. Weren't good manners to ask just how.
I get it. Pop, how would you like to try to locate the Jarrett claim with me?
Sure would. For $10 a day. Who in the world ever heard of prospecting from an aeroplane?
It's a different world, Pop, and I've got to save time. It was at the 6th lonely, deserted claim that we investigated that we finally found what I was looking for.
Yep. This's it. And here's where Hank buried his partner after shooting him in the head.
All right, Pop. Cover up the grave again. This is all I needed to know. Locating Lawson's family was a job all by itself, but strictly routine, even though it took 3 months. I had a tough time explaining to them why they were suddenly worth $1 million, but not nearly as tough as the time I had with Jarrett's relatives. In the end, I had to tell the relatives the truth, that Jared had been a murderer and would be branded one if there was any lawsuit over his money. That settled it. There was no lawsuit. As for me, I could always claim that I had been worth $1 million once. Like I said, it isn't how much money you've got that matters, but how much of it you can really call your own. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. Tonight's case of the unknown source is particularly vital, ladies and gentlemen, because it concerns a lawyer, or at least a man who was once entitled to practice law. Here, indeed, is an infuriating and sorry spectacle. A criminal whose mind was keen enough to attain the privilege of the bar, but warped to the point of degrading himself and his profession. We begin in the lobby of the Revere House, an inexpensive hotel catering to young career girls here in our city.
Honey! What? Honey, Bartlett, wait up. I just saw you get out of the elevator. Gee, have I got news.
Oh, it's you. Look,
Don't you remember, honey? We were talking last night in the soda fountain downstairs. I'm Alice Stratton.
Oh, sure, I remember, kid. I'm just in a hurry, that's all.
Oh.
That gentleman sitting over there is waiting for me.
Oh, you got a date, huh? Gee, lucky you.
Huh? Oh, well, yeah, you could say that, I guess. Well, I'll see you around, Alice.
Oh, but I haven't told you. Remember I said I worked in the district attorney's office. Oh, you remember, honey. I told you when I came from Sheboygan I got a job typing there.
Yeah, well, that's just great, kid, but really, I've got to go.
Oh, well, this won't take a minute, honey. Well, anyway, guess what?
Yeah, what?
Miss Miller, that's the district attorney's private secretary, she's gone on a vacation. And what do you think? I'm going to substitute for her. Isn't it thrilling? I'm going to be the district attorney's secretary.
Wait a minute. You're what?
Can you imagine? I've never even seen him. And I'm going to be right there in his own private office while Miss Miller's on vacation.
The DA himself?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I start tomorrow morning. Miss Miller came down to the bullpen where all the typists work and chose me herself.
I see.
What's the matter? You don't seem excited about it, honey. Gee, a wonderful break like that and everything. I'm just so thrilled.
You've never seen the DA, And he's never seen you?
He will tomorrow. Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, come on, Alice. Come on with me.
Well, come where, honey? I don't understand.
Oh, it's just an idea. Oh, Jimmy.
Good evening, honey.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Jimmy, this is a girlfriend of mine here in the hotel. This is Alice,
Alice Stratton.
Alice Stratton. Meet Jimmy.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
Yes, thank you. Now then, honey, shall we be going?
I just wanted you to hear Miss Stratton's good news, Jimmy. Starting tomorrow morning, she's going to be private secretary to the district attorney.
What?
I'm so thrilled. His regular private secretary is on vacation, and I'm going to substitute for her.
Are you really?
Uh-huh. I knew you'd be interested, Jimmy. The DA has never seen Alice, and she's never seen him.
You don't say.
I just had to tell Honey about it. Honestly, I'm so excited. Why, it might lead to just anything.
You looking for something, Chief?
Yes, Harrington. Have you any idea where Miss Miller keeps my sunglasses?
Your sunglasses, Chief?
Yes, usually puts them right here on my desk.
Yeah, don't ask me. Ain't they sending up some girl from the bullpen?
To take Miss Miller's place while she's away.
Yeah.
Yes, I think she did say something about it. She said she was coaching the girl during lunch hour.
Yeah, Miss Stratton or something, wasn't it?
Something like that, I believe. Yes.
Excuse me, may I come in?
Well, yes, of course. What is it?
You're the district attorney.
Yes, I am. Is there something you wanted?
And you be Mr. Harrington. Oh, I've heard about you.
Oh, you have?
I certainly have. I'm Alice Stratton.
Yeah, who?
From the bullpen. I wouldn't have been late my first morning, Mr. District Attorney, but honestly, this office is so upside down.
I see. You're to work up here while Miss Miller's on vacation?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Although, really, I don't see how Miss Miller got anything accomplished at all. Why, the files. Now, honestly.
Miss Miller does okay.
Oh, I'm sure she does, Mr. Harrington, in her way.
Huh?
Was there anything you wanted, Mr. District Attorney?
Why, yes. If you'll take notes, please. I want to discuss the Nick Venice trial with Mr. Harrington.
Nick Venice?
Yeah, there's a folder on him over on that table, Miss Stratton.
Oh, thank you. You are nice.
I am?
Let me see. Where were we?
Pretty boy Venice, Chief.
Oh,
You're
yes.
going to trial on him this week.
Yes, I hope to. I've got just about all I need.
Well, it ought to be first degree, Chief. He sure put the B on that girlfriend of his.
I found the folder.
Oh, yes, thank you, Miss Stratton. And now, if you'll just take notes as we talk, please.
Yes, sir, I will.
Yeah, who's defending him, Chief?
Venice? Jimmy Appleton. He got Nick out on bail on a technicality.
You mean this Appleton ain't disbarred yet?
There's always hope. And as for Venice, I think we'll have clear sailing.
Well, I'll be glad to check him off my list, Chief. He gives me the creeps.
Yes, he ought to. Why, the material I've collected on him is absolutely astounding. The fellow's ignorant, rude, arrogant, definitely below normal in intelligence.
You're telling me I was downstairs the night they booked him, Chief. Why, that guy even wears perfume.
Yes, I know. That's part of the picture. Big, uncouth, ignorant killer, dressed in a loud suit, a $50 necktie, and reeking of cheap violet perfume.
This is going to be some trial.
Well, let's not underestimate it, however, Harrington. Well, Jimmy Appleton's a tricky defender.
And that's a mild word for it.
Appleton, is that?
That's right. You'll find the name in the folder.
Oh, thank you.
But I promise you this, Harrington. Appleton can pull all the tricks he knows in that courtroom, and I'm still going to nail Nick Venice cold.
Put the food on that table, Nick. No. That table over by the girl.
I know, Jimmy. Here, huh?
That's right. Now untie her, will you?
Listen, what am I around here?
You're my client, Nick, remember? In my hands, in that courtroom tomorrow, lies the answer to whether you live or die.
You're getting paid for it, Shyster.
You amuse me, Nick. Untie Miss Stratton, please.
I am.
Excellent. Now the gag from her mouth, if you please.
Hold still, baby.
Get away from me.
I was just untying you, baby. Hey, you're okay, you know. Ain't you, Jimmy? Okay.
Get away from me.
Oh, calm now, Alice. I should think after 24 hours you'd be calmed down. There's food on that table.
I demand to know the meaning of this. You can't keep me here like a prisoner.
Oh, yes, he can, baby. Hey, you like violet perfume? Smell.
Don't touch me.
That will do, Nick. We leave Alice alone in here to enjoy her dinner.
You can't do this, I tell you. Let me out of here.
In due time, Alice. Until then, do try to relax, won't you? Come, Nick, this way.
She's okay, you know. Plenty smooth.
Come back here. I demand you.
What's she fussing about now?
Oh, honey, my dear, I didn't realize you'd come home.
Hiya, honey.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, your girlfriend, she's okay.
How is she, Jimmy?
Alice? Confused, I'd say. I hardly think she realizes what we've done.
Neither does the DA.
Oh?
It's a tough racket being a secretary again. I've been at it since 9 o'clock this morning.
He assumes you're Alice Stratton, of course.
He does?
Good. Now then, about our client here.
Me?
You needn't bother trying to follow this, Nick. Rest assured, I have your interests at heart.
A chick in there, you know, she's...
Later, Nick. Well, honey?
We worked on Nick's case all day.
With you?
Sure, with me. There's the envelope.
It contains what I want?
Yeah, the works. His brief, copies of his notes, copies of his plan for trial, description of all his evidence, everything. And I made an extra copy of everything I typed for him.
Splendid, honey, splendid.
I've been a busy girl, Jimmy. Do I get a reward?
My dear child.
Can I go in and talk to her?
No.
Maybe she's lonesome.
I
or
said
something.
no, Nick. As for your question, honey, the answer is yes.
Mm-hmm.
Keep on being Alice Stratton, my love, and you will get everything your heart desires.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Mr. Harrington.
Yeah.
Why, I've saved every clipping about you from the newspapers.
You have, Miss Stratton?
Mm-hmm. I certainly have. Oh, you'll laugh, but I've even got a picture of you pasted on my dresser at my hotel.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
A picture of me.
Well, I told you you'd laugh. Incidentally, my name's Alice.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, you're here, Harrington.
Yeah.
Good.
You had some calls, Mr. District Attorney.
Yeah, how'd it go, Chief?
In just a minute, Harrington. Oh, Miss Stratton.
Yes, sir?
Will you tell whoever's waiting I'll be delayed, please? I want to talk to Mr. Harrington.
You'll be delayed.
That's
yes,
right.
sir. I'll tell them right away.
Oh. You look worried, Chief. Nothing went wrong over at that courthouse, did it?
Harrington, I simply can't understand it. I had to ask the court to recess until tomorrow morning.
Under Nick Venner's trial?
Yes.
Well, I thought that was all set up, Chief.
Yes, it was. And that's just the point. And that so help me, Jimmy Appleton was prepared for every move I made.
What?
I tell you, it was uncanny. Almost as if the man had read my mind. Why, he even knew I intended to put the cab driver on the stand first.
What? Oh, Chief, he couldn't have. Why, he only decided that yesterday.
Well, he knew it. Yes, and he had prepared notes on his objections. I tell you, Harrington, it was beyond understanding.
You got to delay, you said, huh?
Well, just until tomorrow morning. But I don't get it, Harrington. No, I just don't understand it at all.
And was he burned up, Jimmy? His face was a sight.
Oh, that's delightful, honey. Then how did he spend the afternoon?
Oh, he made a whole new set of plans for when court opens in the morning.
Do you have a copy?
Yes, I put it on your desk.
Wonderful. Simply wonderful.
Oh, and this Harrington character. He was telling the DA about some raid he's going to pull tonight.
Oh?
Yeah. He's going to knock over the Green Hat Club at 9 o'clock.
That's interesting. Remind me to call Lou Woodruff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost sure I can sell him that information.
Hi, honey. Hi, Scheitzer.
Well, if it isn't our boy, huh, Nick?
Thought I told you to stay off the street, Nick. Been gone an hour.
I was getting the papers. Hey, my picture's all over.
I've seen the papers. Now, will you leave us alone, please? Honey and I want to work. Not in there.
I was just going to see if she's thirsty or something.
Oh, Jimmy, how's the kid, by the way?
Somewhat difficult, I'm afraid.
Oh?
Can I, Jimmy? I won't bother her nothing.
What? Oh, yes, go on, go on.
She's some dish, you know. Got a red dress, too. I like red.
Now then, honey, I think first we'll go over the eminent district attorney's plan for tomorrow.
Hey. Hey, little girl, you asleep or something?
What do you want?
No need to get on your high horse, sister. Just came in to talk to you.
What do you want? What in the world is happening to me?
Come on. Sit down and be comfortable.
Please.
Sit down, why don't you? Hey, you like perfume? Smell it.
Your name is Nick, isn't it?
You mean you ain't never heard of me? I'm Nick Venice.
Oh, listen, Nick, you can help me. Please help me, Nick. I'm scared.
That's no way to be. Little girl like you. You're okay, you know, kid?
You will help me. You'll tell me what they're going to do to me?
You got nice arms, kid. You're nice and tan.
Oh, please.
I'll move
don't...
away. I said don't pull away from me like that.
You're hurting my wrist.
Go on, pull.
Oh.
I could break your wrist just by squeezing my fingers together.
I said, help! Help!
Hey, shut up. You want to get Jimmy sore at me?
Help!
You lousy little cat. Shut up.
I won't shut up. I won't. Help!
Why, you...
No, will you leave me alone?
Well, you stinker. Slap me in the kiss, or will you come back here?
Get out of here. Get out.
Nobody slaps Nicky Venice, little girl, but nobody. Come here.
I didn't mean it. Oh, please. Please, won't you leave me alone?
You rotten little tramp. You ain't going to hit nobody again. Dumb dame, smack me, will you?
What in the world's going on in here? Nick! Honey, come in here.
Listen, Jimmy, this crazy mink, you slapped him.
Honey!
What's the matter, Jimmy? Did you what? Hey, what's the idea? What happened to her?
I've been trying to tell you. Just got mad or something, Jimmy. Will it be okay?
Okay. You blundering boob, this girl is dead.
Alice Stratton, innocent victim in a monstrous plot, dead. We'll hear what happens next in this unusual case in just a moment. But first, here's an important question.
Tell me, who should know best the difference between toothpaste?
Who should know best the difference between toothpastes? Why, just one man, your family dentist. For through study and experience, your dentist has become your authority on the care of your teeth, the health of your gums. So don't depend on just anyone. Ask your dentist about Ipana toothpaste and gentle gum massage.
So many dentists recommend massage.
And very important to you, a nationwide survey also shows more dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice. And more dentists personally use Ipana than any other toothpaste.
Yes, Ipana wins wholehearted approval from those who know best the difference between toothpastes, the nation's dentists.
Ipana's unique formula actually stimulates gum circulation, and with gentle gum massage, aids the health of your gums, the brilliance of your smile.
Help your dentist help your smile. Begin now getting your new Ipana smile.
Taste the fresh flavor. Feel the cleanness. See the sparkle. See how you look with an Ipana smile.
Remember, for healthier gums, for brighter teeth, for a cleaner breath, Ipana toothpaste and massage. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Well, there she is, Chief. Nobody's touched the body since I threw a blanket over it.
You've been here how long, Harrington?
About 20 minutes, Chief. I tried to get in touch with you right away, but...
Strange. A girl dressed like that in a district like this?
Yeah, she's no waterfront character, Chief. About 23 or so, wouldn't you say?
Yes, something like that. Have you checked the neighborhood, Harrington?
I was doing that when you drove up, Chief. We can't get much on tire marks. All the trucks in the south end of town dump here into the river.
Yes, I know.
Of course, the dame's little, whoever she is, and somebody could have carried her from that alleyway, got scared, and didn't even drop her into the water.
Yes. What about the cause of death?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, Chief. Look, she's got a terrific bump here on the back of her head, and it looks like a broken jaw. I bet either one of them could have done it.
Yes, well, we'll get the examiner's opinion when he gets here. What about identification?
Not a thing, Chief. No purse, no gloves, nothing. They even tore the label out of her jacket.
Oh?
And that's another reason I thought you ought to have a look. This is strictly a professional job.
Yes, it seems to be. Well, let's get to work on it, Harrington.
I tell you, I just tapped her a little, Jimmy. I didn't mean no harm.
Harm? The girl's dead, Nick. Don't you understand that? You're on trial for murdering one girl and you kill another.
Nobody knows it, Jimmy. We got rid of the body, didn't we?
I know it, my friend, and don't forget that.
Yeah? So what do I pay you for?
I am an attorney, Nick, not your personal bodyguard. I resent a thing like this happening in my apartment.
So go ahead and resent. I got dough.
That is beside the point. I've got to come up against the district attorney in court in the morning. This kind of thing unnerves me.
You'll take care of the DA. Honey got you all the dope, didn't she?
You live a simple life, Nick. How you've managed to survive is remarkable.
I got a smart lawyer.
My dear boy, I hope and pray you're right.
Yes, Doctor. And if I'm not here, Harrington will be. Yes, call as soon as you can, will you please? Oh, and one thing more. Will you send up that report you did on the victim in the Nick Venice murder? Yes. Yes, that's right. The waitress. Yes, thank you, Doctor.
Chief.
Oh, come in, Harrington. I was just going to phone for you.
Chief, I got something that's...
I haven't much time,
No, Chief, listen to this. That kid we found down by the river last night?
Yes.
Skippy took a set of fingerprints off the body, so I checked them against the master file.
And?
Get this, Chief. That girl is Alice Stratton.
Alice Stratton?
Yeah.
Harrington, what are you talking about?
So help me, Chief. It's true. The kid we found dead last night is supposed to be your secretary while Miss Miller's on vacation.
Yes, but that's impossible. Miss Stratton is right outside. I was just going to send for her.
Chief, it's a positive identification. You know yourself all the employees around here have their prince and the master.
Yes, you checked carefully?
Carefully? I checked 4 times. I couldn't believe it myself.
Well, then this girl outside is... Say, wait a minute.
Chief, are you thinking what I'm thinking? About how Jimmy Appleton knows so much about what goes on in this office lately?
Yes, find out if Appleton is connected with that raid that backfired last night.
I did, Chief.
Yes?
He's a personal friend of Woodruff, the guy that owns the joint.
Well, this is beginning to come clean, isn't it, Harrington? Appleton's success in court and the empty gambling club when you staged the raid?
Clean? I'm going to pin that little girl to the wall. Get her in here, Chief. Let's find out what this is.
No, now, let's wait, Harrington. Let's wait.
Wait?
Yes.
With that dame out there spying on you, Chief? Why, there's no telling who she is.
We can tell, all right. I think we'll play this young lady right into our hands.
I can't believe it, honey. Are you sure you copied this accurately?
Jimmy, I tell you, he said it himself. He dictated the memo and then went out to the courthouse.
Leaving Harrington in the office?
He's still there, I guess. I said I had a sick headache and had to come home.
What's it all about, Jimmy? I didn't get it.
It seems, Nick, we're about to have a visit from the district attorney.
Here? At your place?
So he informed Honey when he dictated a memo this morning. Are you sure, Honey?
I tell you, he said he was coming here at 8 o'clock tonight with new evidence against Nicky.
Me? What's the bum up with me?
Your life, Nicky.
I don't like this. I don't like it at all.
You think I do? But it's after 8 now.
You'd better slip out the back way. Certainly be confused to find you here.
Confused? Are you kidding?
Hey, somebody's at the door.
Jimmy?
All right, be calm, Honey. No, don't go. You might have someone posted downstairs.
But I can't stay here.
Into the other room and keep the door shut. Go on, dear. Hurry.
For Pete's sake, watch it, Jimmy. This isn't good.
What do you want me to do?
Just sit still, Nick, and don't say a word. Yes? Why, it's my esteemed colleague, Mr. District Attorney.
May I come in, Mr. Appleton? It's late, I know.
Late? Nonsense. Oh, you know my client, of course.
Vividly. As a matter of fact, Nick, it's about you that I've come.
What's that mean, Jimmy?
This is a business call, then. I'm disappointed.
Oh, you won't be, Appleton. I have here a rather interesting document. A completely new kind of evidence against Nick in this envelope.
May I see it?
At this time, no.
Sorry.
Let Jimmy see it.
What's that, Vance?
You heard me. Hand it over to him.
Nick, put down that gun.
Yes, Vance. Isn't it unwise to draw a gun in your circumstances?
I said hand it over. I'll show you why I got this gun, wise guy. I'm getting sick of this, see? Now we're going to play this game my way. With a gun.
That's right, Doc. Yeah, sure, I've been waiting here ever since the chief left. Huh? Yeah, I got that right. No, that's all he wants to know. Huh? Do I know what to do now? Doc, we got this one timed to the second.
May I put down my hands, Nick? I assure you I'm not armed.
Keep him in the sky.
I need hardly tell you, D.A., I'm not responsible for my client's actions. I wash my hands of him.
You pipe down too, Shyster.
What do you intend to do now, Nick? Or may I offer a suggestion?
Huh?
Ask the young lady to come out of that bedroom. Oh, there's no need to look surprised, Appleton. I mean, Miss, well, there's a question about her name.
Honey,
Nick, shut up.
I'm sick of this. I'm pulling out of here, but good. Honey!
Don't tell me you got rid of it. Oh.
Well, Miss Stratton, you do seem to get around.
Jimmy, what's the idea?
Nick's making a fool of himself, D.A. I give you my word I know nothing of all this, nothing.
You pipe down. I gotta take a powder. You got any dough?
Dough? For what?
And Nick is in the act of escaping, I think you might say, young lady.
Oh?
Oh, I have a suggestion, Nick, if you're interested.
Yeah, what?
There's a rather interesting memo in that envelope I brought with me. Why not read it?
Nuts to it. Now, look, Shyster, I want dough. You know I ain't got any cash around here.
Did you say memo? What memo?
One you couldn't have copied for Mr. Appleton here, Miss Stratton. I had it prepared after you left.
Open it, honey.
This?
Yes, this will interest all of you, I know. You too, Appleton.
Oh, Jimmy.
What's in it, honey?
some more about me?
Jimmy, listen.
Yes, dear. What is it?
Memo to James Appleton, Nick Venice, and to my secretary.
Yes, that would be you, Miss Stratton.
If you'll open the door, Mr. Harrington is waiting for you. You are all under arrest for murder.
What? Nothing here.
You're going to put away the gun, Nick? Oh, Harrington, you outside?
Right here in the hall, Chief. The joint's surrounded.
Well, Nick? That's better. It's much better. All right, Harrington. Oh, and will you open the door, please, honey? You know, a competent secretary always does. And closes it behind her.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment with an explanation of the clues in tonight's case. But first, do you know what this... Now, lots of people, that sound says it's morning again with a good day ahead. Well, of course, that doesn't mean every morning. For now and then, most all of us wake up feeling dull and logy because we need a laxative. And that's when another sound is so welcome. Yes, that's the sparkling sound of sal hepatica in a glass of water. Sal hepatica. Unlike slow-acting laxatives, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica, when you get up, brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to feel dull and logy all day, waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
And if at the same time you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, sal hepatica helps sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Then anytime you need a laxative,
morning, noon, or night,
see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. And now, here is your district attorney.
I'm happy to report, ladies and gentlemen, that all three members of this unusual trio, Honey, Appleton, and Nick Venice, will pay the full penalty demanded for the murder of Alice Stratton.
Yeah, and I'm happy to say that Miss Miller will be back at her job next week, Chief. Boy, what a dame that Honey was.
Fortunately, Harrington, we've seen the last of her.
Hey, Chief, why don't you explain just how you put all the pieces in this puzzle together?
Well, actually, we didn't connect the murder of Alice Stratton to Nick Venice until the examiner reported traces of strong perfume on her body. And not a scent she was wearing, but one that had apparently clung to her arms from contact with another person.
Violet perfume, huh, Chief?
Yes, exactly, Harrington. The same cheap scent Venice reeked of. The same, I might add, that we found on the waitress he'd murdered some weeks before.
Sure, and on top of that, there was a nice, clean set of Nicky's prints dug into Alice's wrists, huh, Chief?
Yes, Harrington, and that just about closed the case.
I say it did. Oh, hey, Chief, what about next week?
Well, our story for next week, ladies and gentlemen, is the case of the athletic louse. Timely and dramatic. It's one I'm sure you'll enjoy, and I invite you to join us for it. And so until then, thank you, and good night.
Tell me, when you think about shaving, do you worry about your whiskers or your face? Better just forget your whiskers and think about your face. How your face feels and looks is what matters. To get a more comfortable feeling, a smoother shave, try Ingram Shaving Cream. That rich Ingram lather on your brush helps condition your face for the razor. You get cool, comfortable, soothing shaves. Remember, comfort means coolness. Coolness means Ingram. INGRAM. Ingram, the cooler shaving cream.
Tournament, your faithful friend with muscles ache and pain, presents Gangbusters. Gangbusters, brought to you, the men and women of America, by the makers of Sloan's Liniment. With the cooperation of leading law enforcement officials of the United States, Gangbusters presents Facts in the Relentless War of the Police on the Underworld. Authentic case histories that show the never-ending activity of the police in their work of protecting our citizens. America's crusade against crime.
Now, for those of you who are familiar with the name Schwarzkopf, just an editorial note, and we'll get right back to the program. Colonel Schwarzkopf, who oftentimes interviews the lawman who brings in the story to Gangbusters, is, of course, in actuality, the father of H. Norman Schwarzkopf, General of the United States Army, and so this is kind of interesting to hear him portrayed, his father portrayed as a law enforcer. And also interesting, there's the character of the lawman, a sheriff, a judge who comes on the program, Judge Miller, is played by none other than Bill Johnstone, who about the same time was playing The Shadow on the Mutual Network. So there's a couple of interesting voices to listen for here.
Now for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Judge L.D. Miller of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Picture our setting is a special office turned over to Gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Judge Miller, I understand that Charleston and Rogers, the Nickel and Dime Bandits, were hunted by the police of 6 states.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. Actually, 8 different police departments were after them within a period of 30 days.
But why do you call these particular criminals the Nickel and Dime Bandits?
Well, Colonel, James Carlson, the brains of the combination, had a theory of crime different from any criminal in all my experience.
I got a new slant on stick-ups that'll pay big dividends. I'm going to get me a smart partner that knows how to use a gat. Then we're going to go through the Mississippi Valley pulling little jobs, nickel and dime jobs. When we pulled enough of these nickel and dime jobs, we'll have just as much jack as if we'd stuck up a dozen big banks.
On December 4th, 1939, following a term at Minnesota State Reformatory, Charleston drove up to a roadside tavern near Minneapolis. The owner was talking to a customer.
Be right with you, mister. Anything else, sir?
Oh, that'll be all, Bill. Charge it, will you?
With a fancy car like that, you want me to charge it?
No fancy. Right behind you, pal. Turn around.
What? Look out, Bill. He's got a gun.
A special kind of gun, mister, with a hair trigger. Come on, both of you. Back up into that hot dog joint before I turn this cannon loose on you. I want your dough.
Oh, I got some change.
Give it to me.
Here you are.
Now, you. Open up that cash register.
Here. $35. It's all I got.
I know it ain't. Scoop out that change and stick it in my pocket.
Nickels and dimes, huh? I'd like to see you for 5 minutes without that gun. Here's a change.
Thanks, wise guy.
Now get out of here.
Not so fast, you. Empty your pockets.
Pretty brave, aren't you, with a gun?
Yeah, and it's liable to go off any minute.
No sawed-off punk's gonna take my dough.
I warned you, wise guy.
Bill! You're not getting away from me.
I'll show you.
Give me that gun. You're all through, punk.
Let go of me.
You hurt?
Let go of me.
Yeah, I guess so. Pretty bad. I dropped all 3 of those bullets, but I got his gun.
You're going to need a doctor. What do we do with this guy?
Lock him in the washroom.
You make it all right?
Yeah, sure. I got the special gun, you rat.
Yeah.
Give back my money.
All right. Here you are.
Come on, you into the washroom.
You'll never get me to jail.
Inside, punk.
Okay, wise guy.
I'll lock it and then phone the police.
Better get an ambulance, Bill. You're bleeding bad.
Hello, operator. Get me the police.
Sit down, Bill.
What's that? The washroom window.
There. Up front. There he goes.
He's in his car. Stop! Stop, or I'll shoot! Oh, it's jammed. That guy's special pistol jammed and saved his own life. It is rare, Judge Miller, for the victim to turn on his assailant at gunpoint and disarm him.
It is, Colonel. Fortunately, the wounds of the tavern owner were not serious. Johnson made a dash for Chicago, where he went into partnership with another criminal named Joe Rogers. Together, they stole a late model car and started south, blazing a trail of robberies from Illinois to Louisiana. On the night of December 17th in Blytheville, Arkansas, Charleston and Rogers committed an unusual robbery, showing a peculiar obsession.
Blytheville, Arkansas, robbery. 2 men broke into a house and stole a large collection of pistols, automatics, shotguns, and rifles. Seen escaping in blue or black Dodge sedan. Notify all gun dealers to be on lookout for unusual weapons of foreign make.
A few days later, Colonel, Charleston and Rogers were in Minneapolis, waiting in a stolen new Buick sedan across the street from a small apartment house.
Boy, this is the life, huh, Rogers? You said it, Charleston. Cops and newspapers screaming about us from here to New Orleans. Nothing for us to do but sit back and take it easy.
I'd sure like a drink right now.
Yeah, so would I. Wish that baby of yours would hurry up.
It's only 10 past 11. I told her to sneak out at 15:15.
She made up her mind to come with us?
Hope so. You know me, Rogers. Wine, woman, and song.
Yeah, I know. But when are we going to quit this small-time stuff and go after something big?
Like what?
Banks.
Forget it, Rogers. Knock over a bank and every cop in the state's after you.
Just think of the dough we could pick up in banks. All we've been getting the places you pick is chicken feed. Nothing but nickels and dimes.
There's nothing you can't buy with nickels and dimes, Rogers. If you got enough of them.
Sure, but we could...
There's no but to it. It adds up, see? And the rap for little jobs is nothing like it is for a bank.
But in one bank job...
Listen, Sap.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Banks have guards, and the guards have guns and tear gas. They have balconies to ambush bank bandits. They have burglar alarms to call the cops. Don't you see, we can get as much in a flock of gas stations as we could in a dozen banks. And no risk.
Maybe you're right.
The way I figure it...
Hold it, Charleston. Here comes your girlfriend.
Oh. Hello, baby.
Hello, Jim. Gee, I'm glad to see you.
You and me both. Get in the car.
Okay.
It's my pal, Joe Rogers.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
How are you?
Oh, what's up? Where are we going?
We're going south, kid. How'd you like to go with us?
South? Oh, gee, I'd love to, but what about my folks?
Send them a postcard.
Yeah.
Just say, having a wonderful time. I wish you were here.
Hey, what are you guys going to do?
We got special ideas. Swell clothes, good liquor, and plenty to keep us busy. What do you say?
I say, what are we waiting for?
Baby, you're going to be perfect. Let's go, Rogers.
Where to?
Back to New Orleans, where it's nice and warm. We're going to make some stops on the way. And where we stop, nobody's ever going to forget us. This will be a joyride to remember.
That was near midnight, Colonel, on December 21st, 1939. 3 days later, Chief C.R. Bryan of the Chattanooga, Tennessee Police was sitting in his office when Police Captain Homer Edmondson walked in with a message in his hand.
Good morning, Captain.
Good morning, Chief Bryan. This just came in on the teletype. Thought you'd like to look at it.
Some sweet one, huh?
Yes, sir.
Arrest 2 men wanted here for robbery of roadside cafe this morning, 3 a.m. One man about 20, weight 150, blue eyes, light hair. The other one, older, weight about 140, dark hair, slender. Both bandits wearing leather jackets.
That's a pretty complete description, Chief.
These bandits took $60 in currency, cigarettes, liquor, and a large amount of nickels and dimes. They're heavily armed. Large amount of nickels and dimes. That sounds familiar.
You're right, Captain. This is the 6th report in the last few days that used those exact words.
Yes, and each report was near Chattanooga. Have you broadcast this message to the patrol cars?
Yes, sir. Right after it came in.
Send it out again, Captain. This is the first good description we've had of those men. If they try anything here, I want every man on the force to be waiting for them.
Right, Chief.
Wait a second. Chief Bryan speaking.
Sent some cops over quick, Chief. I've just been robbed.
Who's this?
Jack Parker. I got a filling station at Main and Watkins. I just opened up 10 minutes ago, and 2 guys walked in and...
Hold on a minute. Captain, there's been a holdup over at Main and Watkins, a filling station. Send a patrol car over there right away.
Right away, Chief.
Go ahead, Mr. Parker. What happened?
These two guys walked in, Chief. They both wore leather jackets. They had 4 guns between them, and they cleaned out the cash register.
How much did they get?
$7. Almost all small change.
Nickels and dimes, huh?
Well, I know it don't sound like much, Chief, but it's a lot to me.
Mr. Parker, I don't care if it was 7 cents or $7 million. If these bandits are the men I think they are, they're going to try to pull some more jobs like this here in Chattanooga, and we're going to get them.
The next afternoon, Colonel, the woman manager of a small dry goods store in Chattanooga saw 2 men, apparently customers, walking into her store.
Now, help you, gentlemen?
Yeah, let me see some shirts. The best you got. And I want to see some socks and ties.
Certainly, right over here. What size shirt, sir?
15 collar, 34 sleeve. And I want size 11 socks.
Here they are. Just take your pick.
That's just what we're going to do, sister. Stick 'em up.
Hold up.
Take it easy, sister. One peep out of you and I'll drill you.
Please.
Get down on the floor behind our counter. And don't move if you want to live.
Yes, sir.
Pretty fancy-looking socks, pal. Get some for me. What kind of shirts you getting? Silk. The most expensive I can find.
Please.
Fast. Okay. These here look swell. Green silk. You ready, pal?
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, sister, where's your cash register?
There, in back of the counter. But there's only a...
I know. There's only a little change. That's what they all say. How much, pal? $10 and about 5 and change.
Thanks for the service, lady. We'll be sure to tell our friends about you.
And remember, sister, if you move off that floor before we're out of this store, it'll be the last time you ever move.
Exactly 44 minutes later, Colonel, in a Chattanooga liquor store on the other side of town.
Will that be all, gentlemen? Just the 3 bottles of whiskey?
No, that ain't all, mister. Reach for the ceiling.
What do you want?
Don't shoot him, pal. The cops might hear you get.
All right. Keep them covered.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to teach you not to be so nosy. That'll teach you to ask me what I want.
No, please, don't kick me again.
Come on, pal. Let's get out of here.
Get the dough.
Okay.
Take everything, even a small change. How much is it?
Yeah, there's about $90 here. Hey, here's something else, pal. A nice new gat for your collection.
Say, not so bad. Different from any I got. Maybe I ought to try it out on this wise guy.
No, please.
Okay, mister, but just so you won't run after us, here's something more to remember us. But...
That brutal holdup was the third the nickel and dime bandits committed in the heart of Chattanooga within 24 hours, Colonel. It redoubled the efforts of the police to catch Charleston and Rogers and resulted in a gun battle that Chattanooga will long remember. Law enforcement officers within a radius of 50 miles of Chattanooga cooperated. At a special meeting of police representatives at the office of Chief C.R. Bryant, all possible angles were discussed.
Fortunately, men, we have a complete description of these 2 bandits and definite identification clues.
What are they, Chief Bryan?
Well, first, Sussman, there's the nickel and dime angle. So anyone seen spending an unusual amount of silver is a definite suspect. Then there's the gun angle.
The gun angle?
It's this, Frazier. These men are crazy about guns. They take pride in them. Not just as weapons, but as items to collect.
So the bandits might just show off their guns sometime without staging a holdup, huh?
Particularly if they've been drinking.
And that's still another clue, Chief Bryan. The amount of liquor they consume, judging by the amount they've stolen.
And the girl with them. The one that's been seen in their car. Now, we have her description. All right, Captain Edmondson. These are all valuable clues, men. And we have one other advantage. From what these bandits have said to their victims, they don't expect the police to go after them seriously.
Just because the thefts have been relatively small, huh?
Exactly.
That gives me an idea, Chief.
What is it, Edmondson?
Maybe we can get these bandits through a weakness in their own system.
How, Captain?
Let's give these clues to every reliable citizen in the vicinity of Chattanooga. Every small storekeeper. Then when the bandits do show up again, they'll be spotted immediately.
Good
idea.
Well, then it's understood every available man is to stay on duty till these bandits are behind bars. I want them in custody before somebody gets killed.
Within 1 hour after that meeting, Colonel, merchants, filling station employees, liquor store proprietors, business people all over Chattanooga were planning to cooperate with the police.
Cooperate with police? Listen, I'm staying right here at the store. If those bandits come back this way, I'm going to be ready for them.
If those nickel and dime crooks come anywhere near me, I'm going to call the police. I'll know them if I ever see them again.
I'll be glad to cooperate. I've got a score to settle with those rats, and I'd like to see them both behind bars. If they ever come into my place, I'll...
Nickels and dimes, eh? I get it. If those buzzards stick their noses in my place, I'll be waiting for them. You can count on me.
That night, Colonel, December 26, 1939, at the Rock Castle Roadhouse, 10 miles west of Chattanooga, the cashier, Bill Raper, was standing behind his counter.
Hey, you, cashier.
Yes,
Come
sir?
on. I want a bottle of whiskey.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We're not allowed to sell liquor in bottles except for guests of Rock Castle.
I'm a guest here. Me and my pal are in one of the cabins right next door.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sure. Here you are. That'll be $165, please.
You'll have to take it in change.
Change?
Fistful, buddy. Here.
25, 50, $10, 20, 30, 55, 65. Right. Thank you, sir.
You bet it's right. Say, what are you staring at?
Oh, why,
See anything wrong with me?
No, I was just thinking what a good-looking green silk shirt you have on.
Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah, it is good looking. Everything I got's good looking. Look at this.
Hey, what?
Don't be scared. I ain't gonna use it on you.
Boy, that's some pistol.
Bet your life it is. Special automatic. Only one like it in the country.
Yes, sir. Well, is there anything else you want?
Yeah, sure. I almost forgot. Give me some of those box lunches you got, huh?
How many?
Let's see now. 3.
Here they are. Do you want me to carry them for you?
Yeah, that's right. I'm getting a little rocky.
Hey, Joe, take over, will you?
Okay.
I'll be right back. Let's go, sir. Now, which cabin is it?
Second one on the left.
This the cabin?
Yeah, I'll knock. Hey, open up. Come on, open up. It's me. Come on.
Pipe down, will you?
Come on, let me in. Where's Spade?
I reckon I'll be getting along, mister.
Yeah, sure. See you later, mister. Good night.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Operator, get me the police.
Police headquarters, Chief Bryan speaking.
Chief, listen, this is Bill Raper out at Rock Castle.
Yes, Bill?
Those 2 nickel and dime crooks you're looking for, they're here.
How do you know?
I'm positive, Chief. Every single clue you give me. The nickels and dimes, the guns, the liquor, everything checks.
Did you notice a car?
Yes, sir. It's a big, black, new 1940 Buick.
Where are they?
In a cabin right next door.
How many?
3 of them, sir. 2 men and a girl.
That's what I call fine cooperation, Bill. Sit tight and don't say a word to anyone. I'll send an emergency squad out there right away.
15 minutes later, Colonel, Captain Homer Edmondson, with a group of picked men from the Chattanooga Police Force, including Detective Shipley and Carson, met members of the County Uniform Police under Captain Dyer outside the Rock Castle Roadhouse. The cashier, Bill Raper, was waiting for them.
Which cabin are they in, Mr. Raper?
That one with the lights on, Captain Edmondson.
All right, men. Sussman and Fraser, you stick with me.
All right, got him.
Now, we'll go to the front of the house. Shipley, you and Carson cover the back with Captain Dyer. You got that?
Right, Captain. What's our plan, Captain?
Simply to close in and get those bandits. We can't start shooting till we're absolutely sure these are the men we want. But if they show the slightest resistance, open fire with riot guns immediately. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Watch it. They turned out the lights. Better stand back. I'll knock.
Open up.
Who is it?
Police.
Just a minute.
Hurry it up.
All right, coppers. Come and get it.
Get back, man. Captain, just listen to those bullets bounce.
All right, men, open up with your riot guns.
Right, Captain.
Get down low, babe. Those cops are using riot guns.
We'll fix them, Jimmy. I'll load your pistol.
Roger.
Yeah?
Cover the back door. I'll cover the front.
Okay, Charleston. Come on, coppers. Try and take it.
You'd better give up in there. You're surrounded.
We'll give them hot lead.
Give me another gat, babe. This one's empty.
Here you are, Jimmy.
How is it in the back, Rogers?
Can't see him. It's too dark out there.
Well, they're all around us, Jimmy.
Keep
down, babe.
Oh.
Babe, you hit.
Oh, my head.
Told you to keep down. All right, coppers. You got my gal. I'll show you can't get away with that. Charleston, there's a copper creeping up in the back. You cover the front, Rogers. I'll get that cop. He's coming right up to the back door.
What are you going to do, Jimmy?
Shut up, babe. I'm running this show. Open your hands, all three of you. I'm waiting for you, cop.
Jimmy, you killed him.
I'll say I killed him. I got his gun, too.
Jimmy, they got Rogers.
Lie down on the floor, babe. I'll get him for that. All right, coppers. I got one of you. Who's next?
Yes, Fraser?
They killed Shipley.
Shipley? How?
He broke in the back door, shot down before he had a chance.
Oh, the dirty dogs. Give me a rat gun, Fraser.
Yes,
mine's empty.
Captain, I'm going after him.
Now, wait, don't go up there. It's probably a trap.
There goes one of them out the side door.
Stop or I'll fire.
He's running for the woods.
I can't see him.
There, between those big trees.
Missed him.
It's so dark I can't see.
Oh, we'll never find him in this darkness.
What do we do, Captain?
He might be hurt. Dyer, you and Carson follow him. I am going to get some bloodhounds.
What's the matter with the dogs, Captain? Why are they stopping? Too dark for them?
I'm afraid they lost the trail, Fraser.
What, after we've followed that bandit for almost 8 miles?
It's all right, Sussman. Those bloodhounds have told me just what I want to know.
That'll get you, Captain.
For the last 2 miles, the bandits' trail has followed right along these railroad tracks.
That's right. But now we've lost it. I can't see what that
We're
is.
headed toward Chattanooga, not away from it. Doesn't that mean anything to you men?
You mean you thought maybe the bandit would jump afraid away from Chattanooga?
No, Sussman. I thought he'd head for Chattanooga, but I couldn't be sure. Now I know he's gone back to the city, where we can lay our hands on him.
With one of the nickel and dime bandits, Joe Rogers, dead, Colonel, and the bandit's girlfriend in a prison hospital, the Chattanooga police combed the city for the remaining bandit, now definitely identified as James Charleston. Later that night, after visiting hundreds of rooming houses, 2 police officers, Patrolman Fraser and Sussman, climbed the stairs of a cheap rooming house an hour after midnight.
What number did the landlady say, Fraser?
Room 6.
Yeah. It's room number 6, right up there at the head of the stairs.
Yeah. Landlady said her new boarder arrived an hour ago.
Have your gun ready?
Bet I will, Sussman. You turn on your flashlight. I'll try the door.
Right.
Door's unlocked.
That's lucky. Careful now. Easy. There, he's in bed. Sound asleep. Wonder if he's a guy we want.
He's pretty young for a bandit. Let's make sure, Sussman. Pull down the covers.
A pistol there in his right hand.
And another one next to him.
He's starting to wake up. Grab him.
I'm with you.
Look on that. I didn't do nothing.
I got him, Fraser. Put the bracelets on him.
Charleston, you're all through.
You cops are crazy. I'm not the guy you want.
Oh, you're all right, Fraser. Let's see those 2 guns.
That don't prove nothing, Copper. I didn't kill nobody. I like guns, see? I collect them.
Yeah? Well, this is one gun you never should have collected, Charleston. It's the gun you took from Detective Shipley after you killed him. And it's the last gun you're ever going to collect.
And so, Colonel Schwarzkopf, through splendid police work and excellent citizen cooperation, the criminal activities of James Charleston came to an abrupt end. Placed on trial in my court for robbery and murder on February 27, 1940, he was quickly found guilty. I sentenced him to life imprisonment in the Tennessee State Penitentiary. He's there at this very moment.
And what happened to the girl who was with Charleston and Rogers, Judge Miller?
For months, she hovered between life and death with a bullet touching her brain. The doctor said her mental faculties would be impaired indefinitely, and under the circumstances, she was freed in the custody of her parents.
Thank you, Judge Miller, for a fine case. I'm particularly pleased with the way you brought out the great value of public cooperation with the authorities. When the police thus frankly solicit help from our law-abiding citizens, and those citizens promptly and comprehensively cooperate,
No criminal can escape. Every time the police and the people work together, the end is inevitable. Crime does not pay.
And now, the clues.
Special bulletin. All citizens. Watch for murderer 24, 5 feet 5 inches, 135 pounds. Dark brown hair slicked back. Brown eyes. This man with tall, sandy-haired companion having wrinkled face. Wanted for brutal murder several days ago. Refrigeration engineer near San Antonio, Texas. May be traveling in black Ford station wagon. And may have in possession a .44 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver with cedar handle.
Warning, citizens of Pennsylvania, be on lookout for man 28, 5 feet 8 inches, 160 pounds, brown hair, gray eyes, occupation farmer. This man wanted in connection with feud slaying last week, Indian Head section of Fayette County, Pennsylvania.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. For Sloan's Liniment next week, the case of the missing corpse. Here reenacted for the first time, the inside factual account of one of the most fantastic cases in all criminology. Learn how a dead man faced his murderer. Sloan's Liniment brings you one of Philip H. Lord's most astounding dramatizations in America's Crusade against Crime.
Dedicated to the strength of a nation, from Hollywood, your theater of stars. Proudly we hail. Yes, proudly we hail your theater of stars. Now here is your host, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where the motion picture world's finest talent appears in plays you'll enjoy. Billy Burke is our Proudly We Hail star and appears in a brilliant comedy, The Vabulous Deleres. Miss Burke portrays the mother of a very confusing family and does so in her usual excellent manner with hilarious situations. And now, the curtain rises for Act One of The Vabulous Deleres, starring Billy Burke as Cynthia Delere. The Delere family was comprised of four. There were 3 children now grown up, Nancy, Pete, and Christine. And there was the mother, Cynthia. And that was what perplexed the neighbors. How a mere 4 could create such constant pandemonium. Yes, to say that Cynthia Delere and her family were merely eccentric is bearing very unkind to adjectives. Let's drop into the Delere living room and observe them in person. All but Mother, who hasn't arrived home yet.
Why doesn't someone answer the door? Nancy.
Pete, you open the door. I'm washing my hair.
Sorry, I'm busy. You get it, Christine.
No one for me. I lost. Oh, for heaven's sake. Peter Delere, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Well, you're certainly a revolting spectacle. Walk out like a washed-out beachcomber. I thought you said you were busy, nature boy.
I'm busy. Relax. Dear sister.
Hello.
I didn't think anybody lived here.
You call this living? What do you want?
Well, if I must be explicit, your furniture. Are you Mrs. Deleres?
No, Miss Deleres. Look, would you mind saying what you said over again?
Well, it's very simple, Miss Deleres. I represent the firm of Hackett and Chase. They're lawyers, and they represent...
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
Oh, let me. Our creditors.
Right. And I've come to collect on the assorted notes they hold.
Or you take the furniture?
That, plus the house, the grounds, and other tangible properties.
Oh, no.
If you promise to take Tone Deaf over there at the piano, it's a deal.
Pete, I heard that and I resent it.
Oh, this is awful.
I'm sorry, Miss Deleres, but that's the way it is. Please understand it. It isn't anything personal. I just happen to be working my way through law school with this job.
Oh, dear, there's always some trouble. Well, you might as well come in and wait for Mother.
Thank you.
Sit down anywhere you like. The furniture's yours anyway.
Oh, listen to that. 88 notes to choose from, and she can't find a good one.
Christy, for heaven's sake, if you're going to play, you don't have to play so loudly. And anyway, the man's come for your piano.
What did you say?
This man wants some money, or out everything goes.
Well, where's Mother?
Out. Oh, pardon me. This is my sister, Christine Deleres. I'm Nancy, and this is Pete.
Hi.
My name's Newell. John Newell.
Hello.
Well, why on earth didn't Mother pay these people?
Could be she didn't have any money. I read somewhere there are people like that.
Don't be flippant, Pete. You know perfectly well there's money. At least there always is on the first of the month.
This is the 10th.
No payments have been made for 2 years.
2 years? Oh, dear, this is terrible.
And Hackett and Chase have reached the limit of their patience. You can't blame them.
No, I suppose not. Oh, dear, I wish Mother would come. Mr. Newell, can't we give you something? Some tea?
There's no tea, I looked.
Coffee? Oh, no, we're out of that, too.
You don't have to make conversation, you know. I'm here on business.
Oh, but, well, that's no reason we can't be friends.
No, it isn't. You know, you're really all right.
I am?
You really are.
Oh, well, I just realized my hair. I haven't finished drying it.
Oh, I like it that way. It reminds me of limp noodles.
A conquest, Nancy. You'd better take advantage of it.
Well, so long as you're not taking the piano today, I think I'll go meditate on my concertos.
Get lost, Christine.
Children? Oh, here's Mother now, Mr. Newell.
And Newell, I'm warning you. From now on, anything can happen.
Oh, children, I've had the most wonderful afternoon. Oh, what a charming young man. You must ask him to stay for dinner, Nancy.
He came to see you, Mother.
Well, he can still stay for dinner. Oh, but children, I want you to see what I've brought home. I found him in the park. Mo?
What did I tell you,
Mo, come here. I want you to meet everybody, and I want everybody to meet you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good heavens, who on earth is that?
His whole name is Mordecai Smith.
That's right, folks. But my friends call me Mo. You guys can call me Mo.
Mo can cook.
You mean really cook?
Isn't that wonderful? As soon as he told me, I said, Mo, you shouldn't live alone. We need you.
Yeah. You know how it is living alone. You batch around a while and then you go off your feet. So I took up cooking to take me mind off me stomach.
He was head chef at Leavenworth.
But, Mother, that's a penitentiary.
Well, of course it is, darling. Mother knows that. Mo was sent up 3 times, weren't you, Mo?
Yeah, but I always got out on good behavior. But what was the use? I only had to go back again. After all, a guy has to eat, and nobody would give me a job. You know how it is.
Yes, indeed, yes. We know. But as Shakespeare says, sweet are the uses of adversity.
No, Mother, not Shakespeare now.
Which, like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life exempt from public haunt finds tongues in trees, books in the running brook, sermon in stones, and good in everything.
That was swell, lady. You can sure reel it off. You know any more?
No any more, my dear man. I was one of America's foremost Shakespearean actresses.
Mother, you must listen to me for just a moment. Mr. Newell wants to talk to you.
Oh, how nice. I shall adore talking to Mr. Poole.
The name is Newell.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we'll talk in a minute, but first I must get Mo to work.
Want that I should make you a cake for dinner?
You can bake a cake?
Sure. Show me a oven.
Brother, if you can produce a cake and our beer an excuse for a pantry, you're a magician.
Peter, our larder is loaded. Show Mo our beautiful kitchen.
Now, come on, Mo. It's up to you to produce a cake.
I'll be right in, Mo. Oh, dear, I'm so happy about him. He's going to stay here and cook for us.
An ex-convict live here?
Well, why not? The poor man has to live someplace.
Mother, it won't matter about Mo because he won't live here. You won't live here. None of us are going to live here. Mr. Newell has come for our house.
Good heavens. So early in the afternoon? Oh, I wouldn't think of letting him take it now. Everything's so mussed up. And besides, Mo's using the kitchen.
Mother, you don't understand.
Mrs. Deleres, the collection company I represent has a lien. They're coming tomorrow afternoon to take over the furniture and everything.
Oh, dear. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Take our house and furniture? Well, what are we going to do?
Well, I don't know, Mrs. Deleres.
But my good young man, you must think of that. You just can't come dashing in, taking everything out from under us, making some without some provision. And, well, I simply won't go to that Clark Hotel. It's grim. Don't you think it's grim? That lobby, for instance. Now, when I was studying interior decorating,
Mrs.
I was
Deleres,
no more...
You can't blame Hackett and Chase.
I beg your pardon. Mother, that's the name of the firm he works for. It's not up to them to take care of us. We've got to take care of ourselves. You know, they haven't been paid a cent on the mortgages for 2 years.
Well, really, do you have to rush things so, Mr. Drew?
The name is Newell?
Oh, I'm sorry. But actually, must we all be so downright serious about this simple little matter?
Oh, Mother, it isn't a simple little matter. We've got to raise money somehow to pay them, or out we go.
That's right, Mrs. Deleres.
And you look like such a nice young man. Let that be a lesson to you, Nancy. Never trust a good-looking young man.
Mrs. Deleres, I hate this as much as you do.
Oh, that's a very pretty speech. But it doesn't give us back our house.
Why, I know, but...
And another thing, you simply can't take the house till after next Wednesday. Next week is Boy Scout week.
Boy Scout week? Yes. Mother, what in heaven's name is that to do with taking our house?
Well, because I felt I should do something about it. I don't ever want it said of me that I don't do my part in the building of youth.
Yes, I know, but Mother, what's that to do with Wednesday?
I just dropped into Scout headquarters. I invited the Scoutmaster to lunch, and he's bringing a Boy Scout along. Remind me to get that youngster's name, dear. All I can remember is that it began with a T. I want to have place cards, you know.
Oh, Mother. Mother, we can't even feed ourselves, let alone a hungry Scoutmaster in his charge.
Well, still, we must do our part, dear. Oh, we mustn't be selfish. Anyway, I'm sure before they take the house, I'll be given time to think this over.
I hate to remind you, Mrs. Deleres, but you've had 2 years to think it over.
I don't believe in making snap judgments.
Yes, I can see that.
Besides, it wouldn't be fair to you or to Hackett and Run or whatever their silly names are. I'll call you tomorrow, Mr. Cruel.
Newell.
Oh, yes. Well, tomorrow then, and we'll have a nice long talk. Goodbye.
Oh.
She's some woman, your mother.
Yes, isn't she? Oh, dear, I don't know what to do or what to tell you, except come and get it whenever you're ready.
Well, maybe I can talk to my bosses. Maybe there's some way you could make payments.
Look, none of us earn any money. We don't know how. We only know how to spend it. You see, we get an income, a small income, but that's gone almost as soon as we get it. Oh, Mr. Newell, you've been very nice, and I'm afraid you must think us pretty incompetent and silly.
Oh, the Deleres are kind of delirious.
Oh.
But I'd like to come back and see you. I mean, when I'm not on business.
Nancy!
Yes, Mother?
Tell Mr. Newell not to slam the door on his way out. Mo's cake will fall. Oh, and don't you go fall for that nice Mr. Newell.
Oh, Mother.
It's all right, really. Besides, she finally got my name right.
The curtain falls on Act One of The Fabulous Deleres, starring Billy Burke as Cynthia Delere. Our curtain rises on Act Two of The Fabulous Deleres, starring Billy Burke as Cynthia Delere. The incredible Deleres, about to be dispossessed from their home in a foreclosure threatened by Hackett and Chase, don't seem to be too much concerned about the crisis. Led by their whimsical mother, Cynthia, They have gathered around the dining room table and are enjoying the cake prepared by their new chef, Mo. It seems the Leavenworth loss was the Deleres gain.
Boy, what a cake.
Gosh, folks, I'm glad you like it.
Oh, Mo, it's grand. We'll live like this from now on. Cakes, pies, everything. Mo says he can cook everything.
Yes, ma'am. At Leavenworth, I cook for 3,000. And 3 meals a day, too.
3,000. Think of that. Mo, I've got an idea. Children, it's a wonderful idea.
Now, Mother, please, no more ideas. We're in enough trouble as it is.
But this is an idea that will save our house and furniture and everything. We'll open an inn. We'll call it the Café de Beer.
How vulgar.
Anything that makes money is not vulgar, Christine. If Mo can cook for 3,000 people, why not 50?
Wait a minute. Maybe Mother's got something there.
But imagine us running an inn. Imagine.
Well, other people do and make money.
See, we'll have Mr. Newell, am I right? Yes, Newell, bring his 2 funny little men over, and we'll surprise them by proving that we can serve a perfectly wonderful luncheon. Then they'll tear up that thing or whatever you call it that they have to tear up when they take your house away, and then they'll let us stay on.
Pete, I think you're right. It does have something there.
I'll be hostess. I've got a lovely tea gown. It would be just the right thing. Nancy can be cashier. Pete can wait on the table. Christine can... Well, what can Christine do?
Just as long as she doesn't play the piano, she can do anything.
So, Mother, for once in your life, I really think you've got a paying idea.
Well, of course I have, dear. If I do say it myself, your mother's a very clever, charming woman. Now, let me see. Oh, dear. I wonder where we should sit, Mr. Hackett. Oh, Pete.
Lunch smells wonderful.
Pete, where shall I put him?
Where should you put who, Mother?
That dreadful man whose name begins with an H. The one who's coming in for the house.
Oh. Well, the house is practically his. Put him at the head of the table.
Perfect, Pete. A perfect idea.
By the way, Mother, what became of my black silk dressing robe?
Oh, I gave it to Mercutio as for a cloak.
Mercutio? I never heard of him.
Oh, don't be tiresome, Pete. He's a perfectly marvelous character. Lived in Elizabethan times and had a violent temper. Was run through with a sword. Died beautifully. You don't mind, do you, dear?
Dying beautifully?
Oh, no. Loaning your robe. We're doing Romeo and Juliet at my dramatic class. I think costumes help such a lot.
You haven't got enough places at the table, have you?
Well, of course I have. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the Boy Scout. And his Scoutmaster.
Boy Scout?
Yes, remember this is Boy Scout week in our city and we must do our part. I'm sure Boy Scouts are always hungry, so I invited one to lunch. Only I still can't remember his name. I think it begins with a T. Yes, T, that's right. He must be a very fat boy because the Scoutmaster said it would take a lot of food.
Well, I guess Mo can take care of that all right.
And then I must find Christine. She plays.
She only knows one piece, Tale of the Vienna Woods. Be sure she plays that or we're dead.
Oh, I'll make sure. That's so lovely with lunch. I always consider Scouts an excellent aid to digestion. Christine! Good heavens! Oh, there they are. Oh, dear. I didn't know it was so late. Nancy, answer the door, darling, right away.
Yes, Mother. Oh, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Miss Deleres. Miss Deleres, this is Mr. Hackett, the head of the firm.
Oh.
Mr. Chase couldn't get away.
Never mind all that. In a hurry. Well, look things over, miss. See what condition furniture's in. Cigarette burn, just as I thought. Now, look here, Newell.
But, sir...
And that cane, see that needs mending. Oh, and the wine stain. Disgraceful. Totally irresponsible people, thanks to...
But every house, sir, has minor accidents now and then.
Yes. But they've been repaired. Immediately repaired. Stitching time saves time, you know. Valuable adage, remember, my boy.
Hey, Mrs. Deleres, I gotta see you. Them church down at the market forgot to do...
Oh,
excuse me.
Who's this creature? And stop waving that knife.
Who, me? If I was to see that butcher, I'd use this knife.
Mo, do go back into the kitchen. How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do?
Oh, this is Mo. You mustn't mind him. He's just out of Leavenworth. A little unrestrained.
Leavenworth? Murder, this is a plot.
Mo never really killed anyone, except accidentally. And you'll forgive him even that after you've had lunch.
Lunch? Why, who said anything about lunch?
Well, that's what you're here for, didn't you know? Oh, dear, why don't people tell people things?
I never eat lunch. My liver, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, but how lovely, because that leaves more for him, the Boy Scout.
Oh.
There's one coming for lunch. I told the Scoutmaster that the members of your firm were rather acting as hosts to him, because you know this is Boy Scout week.
Oh, well, really, that's something of an imposition, madam, you know.
You really are, you know, after all. It is your furniture and your house and, in a manner of speaking, your food. That certainly makes you host.
Well, I hadn't thought of that.
Then everything's settled. You'll stay. Of course you will. How lovely of you. Just put your briefcase over there and make yourself at home.
Hey, Mrs. Deleres, I got to see you right away.
Oh, excuse me, I won't be a minute. Then we'll have lunch. What's that? What it is? There must be an earthquake. Now, just keep your heads, children. Don't run under any falling brick.
Earthquake?
That's no earthquake. It's Boy Scout.
Mother, what on earth are all those kids doing in our yard?
Well, I don't know. I guess it's the Scoutmaster with that young Master Keith. Haven't I forgot to get his name? Oh, it's as though he's brought friends.
Friends? He's brought a whole troop.
Troop, of course. That was his name. Well, how wonderful of you to think of it, young man.
Keith. That's it, Troop. Good heavens, no wonder the Scoutmaster was worried about food. Oh, Mother dear, you didn't invite one Scout. You've asked a whole troop of them.
A whole troop?
Scoutmaster Hill and Troop reporting for lunch, ma'am.
Oh, how nice to see you, Mr. all of you. Now, you must meet my family. This is my daughter, Nancy. Say hello to Scoutmaster Troop, dear.
The name is Hill, Miss Deleres.
Glad to know you, Mr. Hill.
And my daughter, Christine. How do you do?
Glad to know you, Miss Deleres.
Pete, my son, and Mr. Newell, and this charming gentleman who has so delightfully offered to act as host, Mr. Hackett of Hit and Run.
Correction, please. The names are Hackett and Chase. I'm Hit It. I'm Run. Oh, what am I saying?
Oh, well, what's in a name? A rose by any other would smell. Now, everybody, just relax. Boys, the place is yours. Dally as you will at the Café de Lear. Oh, not bad for a motto. Take over, Nancy, darling. I must away to the kitchen.
Oh, but Mother, you can't leave me like this. What am I going to do?
Oh.
Yes.
What can you do? If we don't feed everybody, we'll be the laughing stock of the town. You've got to do something. You've fed 3,000 men at Leavenworth. You've only got to feed 50 here at Delirium.
Only one thing stopping me, ma'am. The grub. All I need's a truck garden and a Texas steer.
Wait. Why didn't I think of it before? Mo, listen to me. We'll do this. And we'll have all the food we need. Now listen carefully.
Come and get it.
Come and get it, boys. Come and get it. Come and get it. Anything more, boys? I'm sure Mo has plenty.
It was sure swell, Mrs. Deleres, and thank you. And thank you, Mr. Hackett. Give our thanks to Mr. Chase, too.
Well, you got through it all right. Both our names. Ah, wonderful troop. Wonderful boys. Such leadership. Oh, what citizens these boys will grow up to be. Hackett and Chase are proud to be your hosts. And as for our lovely hostess...
Oh, yes. Those papers, Mr.
Oh, forget it, Mrs. Deleres. Forget it. From now on, we're really partners. It's Café de Lear. Any woman who can cook for a whole troop of unexpected guests.
Oh, isn't that
Oh, yes. And show them such a good time can do anything. Mrs. Delear, the town is yours.
Oh, bless you. Very sweet.
Oh, you know, Mother darling, I guess I was wrong. Once in a while, you do have an idea that works.
Well, of course, dear. If I do say it myself, I think your mother is a very clever woman.
I want to say this, Mrs. Deleres. This has been one of the most pleasantest days in my whole life.
Oh,
yes. And if this has run you into any extra expense, now you just charge it to me.
Oh, how sweet of you. But don't worry. Since you were the host, I have already charged it to you. Wasn't that clever of me?
The curtain falls on Act 2 of The Vabulous Deleres, starring Billy Burke. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Billy for her fine performance and contribution, and to compliment the supporting cast for its able assistance. Be sure to listen to your Theater of Stars next week. Until then, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening, and cheerio from Hollywood.
Proudly We Hail is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. This program is presented every week at this same time, and a complete story is dramatized each time. Colds are already here, ladies and gentlemen. Be on your guard. Be careful. The so-called common cold may be the start of more serious illness. At the first sign of a cold, take famous bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets act promptly and decisively to relieve the discomforts of a cold. They help reduce the fever of a cold. They give you the results you want in the time you want. Yes, at the very first sign of a cold, let it be bromoquinine cold tablets. Now here we are once more in the cheerful, firelit study of the famous Dr. Watson, who's relating his delightful Sherlock Holmes adventure. Good evening, Doctor. You look a bit irritated, if you'll pardon my saying.
Good evening, Mr. Manning. Good evening. Yes, I am a bit annoyed, and with good reason. I don't know if I've told you that Holmes has been listening in to these reminiscences. Well, here's the letter I received from him after last week's story. Read it.
All right. My dear Watson, I noticed that in your last broadcast you gave way to your regrettable habit of emotionalizing your story. Detection, my dear fellow, is or ought to be an exact science. To tinge it with romanticism is like introducing a love story into the fifth proposition of Euclid. As ever, Sherlock Holmes.
Well, what do you think of that?
But the emotion was there. You couldn't tamper with the truth.
Holmes has always maintained that the truth is not in what you say, but in the impression you create in the other person's mind. Well, Holmes always complained that I overstress the human element in recording his cases. How well I remember the attitude with which he received the publishing of my first book about his adventures. It was a cold morning in early spring. We were sitting on either side of a cheery fire in our rooms in Baker Street. A thick fog rolled down between the dun-colored houses. Our gas was lit. It shone on the white cloth and glimmered on the coffee cups and on the silver. The breakfast table had not yet been cleared away. Holmes had been silent all the morning, smoking his long cherrywood pipe, which usually displaced his favorite clay when he was in a disputatious mood. Altogether, he was not in the best of tempers.
Matches. Where are the matches? Look at that confounded fog. What happens to all the matches in this house, I'd like to know.
My dear Holmes, why not use the tongs and a live coal if you want to relight your pipe?
Huh? Oh! I burned myself.
For heaven's sake, Holmes, stop suffering. Something's annoying you. Why not get it off your chest?
It's that confounded book of yours.
What?
Sensationalism, Watson. Rank sensationalism. You're always placing the emphasis on the crime. Crime is common, logic is rare. You should stress the logic. You have degraded what should have been a course of lectures into a series of tales.
Now, really, Holmes, that's not logical. You're always complaining that crime is falling off. You say there are no first-class criminals left.
Quite. Therefore, if you depend on the crime to hold your readers, you'll soon be a back number. Criminals. Bah. They've lost all their enterprise and originality. My practice seems to be degenerating into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils and giving good advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
Advice to the lovelorn, eh?
Well, look at this. This note. It came by this morning's post. Here. The last straw. That's what it is. Read it.
Let's have a look. Dear Mr. Holmes, I'm very anxious to consult you as to whether I should or I should not accept a situation which has been offered me as a governess. I shall call at 10:30 tomorrow if I do not inconvenience you. Yours faithfully, Violet Hunter. Well, it's 11 now.
Exactly. She's late. Just like a woman.
I say, Holmes, this must be your young lady now, walking briskly up the street.
See. Brisk, purposeful manner. Nice, bright, intelligent face.
Yes, it is. She's stopping at our door.
Oh, maybe something in this case after all, my dear Watson. She's not the hysterical sort that makes a fuss over nothing. There she is. Come in. How do you do?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Quite. And this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, I trust you'll excuse my troubling you, Mr. Holmes, but I've had a very strange experience. And as I have no relations of any sort to advise me, I thought I'd best come to you.
I shall be very happy to do anything that I can.
Well, I've been a governess for 5 years in the family of Colonel Spencer Monroe. He's been transferred to Nova Scotia, so that for the last few months I've been without a situation. Why, I advertised and answered advertisements, but without success. You see, the money I had saved began to run out, and I was at my wit's end.
Indeed. Go on.
Well, yesterday I called in at a well-known employment agency run by a Miss Soper. When I arrived, the outer office was filled with young ladies looking for situations. I was told to wait. But I did so, and after about half an hour, my name was called out. Well, the door to Miss Soper's private office was ajar. seated beside her was a prodigiously stout man with a round, smiling face and a heavy chin. Oh, his eyes were like two little slits. And I advanced to the door, my knees trembling. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if you know how I needed that work.
Come in, my dear. Come in. Mr. Newcastle. This is Miss... what is your name, my dear?
Miss Hunter. Violet Hunter.
Oh, yes, Miss Hunter.
Capital. I couldn't ask for anything better. I'm sure you'll do, Miss Hunter.
Well, I hope so, Mr. Newcastle.
You're looking for a situation as a governess?
Yes, sir.
And what salary do you ask?
Well, I had £4 a month in my last place.
£4? Sweating. How anyone could have the audacity to offer that to a lady with such attraction, such accomplishments. A lady fitted for the rearing of a child who may someday play a considerable part in the history of his country. Your salary with me, madam, will commence at £100 a year.
100? Oh, Mr. Newcastle.
And furthermore, it is my custom to advance my young ladies half their salary beforehand.
May I ask where you live, Mr. Newcastle?
Hampshire, a charming rural spot. The Copper Breeches is the name of the place, 5 miles north of Winchester. Oh, the dearest old house.
And what would be my duty?
One child, a dear little romper, age 6. Oh, if you could see him killing cockroaches with a slipper. Smack. He's gone before you can wink.
My sole duty, then, is to take care of this child.
Well, I'm sure your good sense would suggest that you obey any little commands which my wife might give, provided, of course, that they were such as a lady might obey with propriety. You see no difficulty, eh?
Oh, I should be happy to make myself useful.
Oh, by the way, in dress, for example, we're fatty people. Fatty but kind-hearted. Now, if you were asked to wear a particular dress that we might give you, you wouldn't object to our little whim, eh?
Why, no.
Or to sit here or there, that wouldn't be offensive to you.
Why, no.
Or to cut your hair short before you come to us.
My hair?
Oh, yes, it's quite essential. It's a little fancy of my wife's, you see. And ladies' fancies, my dear Miss Hunter, must be consulted.
But my hair... Oh, no, I couldn't.
No, what a pity. Well, in that case, Miss Stoper, I'd best inspect a few more of your young ladies.
Good day, then, Miss Hunter. I'm afraid you must consider yourself struck from our list.
Oh, but...
You can hardly expect us to exert ourselves to find another such opening for you.
But, Miss Stoper...
Good day, Miss Hunter.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Stoper. Let's not be too hard on the young lady. After all, my request was a little sudden. Perhaps, Miss Hunter, you'd like 24 hours in which to consider the matter. And in view of the fact that you have particularly beautiful hair, I might be willing to raise the salary to £120 a year to recompense you for our little eccentricities. Yes.
Unusual, most unusual, my dear Miss Hunter. What do you make of it, Watson?
Well, perhaps the gentleman's wife is a lunatic, and he wishes to humour her offences in order to prevent an outbreak.
Possibly, Watson, possibly. In any case, it doesn't seem a nice household for a young lady.
But the money, Mr. Holmes, the money, and I need it so.
Well, yes, the pay is good. Too good. Why should they give you £120 when they can have their pick for 40? There must be some strong reason.
But I have no choice.
Then you've made up your mind to accept?
Yes, I must. I thought if I told you the circumstances, you would understand afterwards if I wanted your help. Mr. Holmes, I should feel so much stronger if I knew you were behind me.
Certainly you may carry that feeling away with you. And if at any time you should find yourself in danger...
Danger? Well, what danger could there be?
My dear Miss Hunter, it would cease to be a danger if we could define it. But remember, at any time, day or night, just telegraph me and we'll come to your help.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Holmes, it's been almost a week since that charming Miss Hunter called. Conditions must be pretty good at the Copper Breeches, or we'd have heard from her.
You never know, Watson. You never know. She may not be able to get to a telegraph office.
Huh? Nonsense, Holmes. Nothing very dreadful can happen out in the open country like that.
That's where you're wrong, Watson. My experience that the vilest alleys in London do not present a more dreadful record of sin than does the smiling, beautiful countryside.
Oh, you give me the creeps. What do you mean?
The pressure of public opinion is greatest in the towns. There is no lane so vile that the scream of a tortured child or the thud of a drunkard's blow does not beget sympathy and assistance from the neighbors. But the countryside, my dear Watson, filled with its lonely houses, think of the hellish cruelty, the hidden wickedness. Why, it may go on year in, year out in such places, and no one the wiser. Had our young friend gone to Winchester, I should not have had this fear for her safety. It's the 5 miles of country which makes the danger. See what it is, Watson.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's a telegram for you, Holmes.
Oh, give it to me. It's from Miss Hunter.
Oh, well, what'd she say?
Come at once. We'll meet you at the Black Swan Hotel, Winchester, at 3 this afternoon. And at my wits' end, don't fail me.
What do you suppose has happened?
Hurry, Watson. We've no time to lose. There's a train from Waterloo Station in half an hour. If we can only get to her in time.
In just a moment, we will follow Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson on their strange journey. Ladies and gentlemen, be careful of the so-called common cold. It may quickly turn into something else. Act quickly, act prudently. At the first sign of a cold, take bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets promptly relieve the distress of a cold. They help reduce the fever of a cold. Bromoquinine tablets are effective for 2 very good reasons. First, they're made especially for the relief of a cold symptom. Specialized medication, in other words. Second, they work internally. They get out a cold's discomforts from the inside, which is the way you want. Be businesslike in your treatment of a cold misery. Take a businesslike preparation. Bromoquinine tablets. You can get these famous tablets at any drugstore in America, a few cents a box. Be sure you ask for Bromo, B-R-O-M-O, quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets.
Yes, there's the Black Swan. Opposite the station.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, that's Miss Hunter waiting for us on the doorstep. Looks a bit pale and shaky, Holmes?
Yes. Poor girl is obviously frightened.
Mr. Holmes, so kind of you to come. You too, Dr. Watson.
Oh, not at all.
I can't tell you how anxious I've been.
There now, Miss Hunter. Perhaps if we go inside, they can give us a private sitting room.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I've ordered tea. This way, please.
Ah, yes, that's better. Nice, cozy fire. Close the door, will you, Watson? That's right. Now then, suppose we let the doctor do the pouring while you tell the story. First of all, how do you like your tea?
2 lumps and a little cream.
Oh, righto.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
Yes, and now?
Well, first of all, I've had no actual ill treatment from Mr. and Mrs. Newcastle, but things that frighten me. However, I had that begin at the beginning.
Yes, that is generally a good place to start.
Well, Mr. Holmes, Copper Breeches is a large, sinister-looking house, almost completely surrounded by woods. It depressed me from the moment of my arrival. I was met at the door by Mr. Newcastle and his wife.
And is she...
No, Mr. Holmes. She's not married.
I see.
She's a small, pale-faced woman, much younger than Mr. Newcastle. In fact, I gather that she's his second wife. You see, there was a daughter by the first marriage. A girl now over 20, but she's not living at the house. Mr. Newcastle said that she couldn't get along with her stepmother, so he sent her to America, to Philadelphia.
And does Mrs. Newcastle strike you as a difficult woman to get along with?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. Oh, she's shy and rather quiet. More than once I surprised her in tears. At first I thought it might be worry over the disposition of her child.
What's the matter with his disposition?
Well, he's badly spoiled. He has an ungovernable temper and seems to take great delight in torturing birds and small animals.
Pleasant little beast.
And the rest of the household?
Well, there's only one servant. Toller is his name. A rough, uncouth man with a perpetual smell of drink about him. Why they keep him, I don't know. Except perhaps because he's the only one who can manage Carlo.
Carlo?
Yes. Carlo's a huge, underfed mastiff that's kept chained in the stable during the day, but at night they let him out. Oh, he's a terrible beast.
Even Mr. Rucastle is afraid of him. I'm sure he'd tear any trespass at a bit.
I wonder why Mr. Rucastle desires such ferocious protection.
I'm sure I don't know unless there's something on the top floor of the west wing that he wants to protect.
The west wing, eh?
Yes, the door that leads into it is opposite my room, and it's kept securely locked.
Well, it looks nasty to me, Holmes.
Please, Watson, please, don't interrupt.
Well, the second day after my arrival, immediately after breakfast, Mr. Rucastle asked me to put on a dress which had been laid out for me on my bed.
What was it like?
Well, it wasn't a new dress, Mr. Holmes, but the material was excellent and of a particularly brilliant shade, an electric blue.
Oh, electric blue, charming color.
I put it on and went down to the living room. Mr. Rucastle had placed a chair for me by the front window. He asked me to sit there with my back to the window and to read to him from a French novel. Well, I read for an hour, and at the end of that time, he said I might go upstairs and change.
Strange.
And this experience has been repeated every morning since then. Well, as time passed, I became more and more curious. Why were they so careful to keep my face turned away from the window? Naturally, I was consumed with the desire to see what was going on behind my back. So today I devised a means. I noticed at breakfast that Mr. Rucastle had had quite a few drinks. A happy thought seized me. My hand mirror had been broken, so I concealed a piece of it in my handkerchief and later in my book, feeling sure that Mr. Rucastle was too drunk to notice. Holding the book up, I was able to see everything behind me.
And what did you see?
Well, at first there was nothing. At the second glance, however, I saw a young man in a gray suit leaning against a railing which bordered our field. He was looking earnestly in my direction. Mr. Rucastle must have noticed my surprise, for he burst out angrily.
Really, Miss Hunter, your attention must be wandering. That's the second time that you've read that passage.
Oh.
Furthermore, there's an impertinent fellow up the road who's staring at you. Is he a friend of yours?
Oh, no, Mr. Rucastle, I don't know anyone around here.
Well, kindly turn around and motion him to go away.
Oh, wouldn't it be better not to notice him?
Do what I tell you. I really don't encourage you to have any followers.
Very well, Mr. Rucastle. Where?
Impertinent fellow. That will be all for this morning, Miss Hunter. You may go to your room.
Oh, but Mr. Rucastle, I hope you don't...
Go to your room, I say.
Yes, sir.
And after this, you needn't bother to wear that blue dress.
Oh, dear, what a frightful household. Oh, if I could only get away from here, it's all so depressing. What? But he's left the key in the door to the west wing. He must be drunk. I wonder what's inside. Oh, it wouldn't hurt to take just one look. Oh, how dark it is and empty. Wait. 3 doors. Well, the middle one is barred at the end of an old iron bedstead. I wonder why. Oh, but if it's cooking here. What was that? Oh, it must have been a bat. Someone's in there. Or maybe it's something. I can't stand it. Too eerie. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out. Oh, dear, there comes Mr. Rucastle up the stairs. Oh, Mr. Rucastle. Mr. Rucastle.
It was you, then. I thought it must be when I saw the door open.
Oh, I'm so frightened.
My dear young lady, and what frightened you?
Well, I was foolish enough to go into that vacant wing, but it was so lonely and eerie, and a bat swooped down into my face.
Is that all?
Well, what else could there be?
And why do you suppose that I keep that door locked?
I'm sure I don't know.
It's to keep people out who have no business there, you see.
I'm sure if I'd known it.
Well, you know now, my dear young lady. And if you ever put your foot over that threshold again, I'll throw you to the mat.
What a dreadful experience.
Mr. Holmes, I feel sure there's someone locked in that room. Someone who's unhappy, perhaps tortured. Oh, good heavens, it's almost 5. I promised to be back by 6. Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle are going out. If Mr. Rucastle should discover where I've been...
You've acted like a brave and sensible girl, Miss Hunter.
Yes, indeed you have.
Do you think you could do one more thing?
I can try, Mr. Holmes.
Dr. Watson and I will be at the Copper Breeches by 7. The Rucastles will be gone by that time, and I don't imagine the mastiff will be let loose until they return.
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. It would be too dangerous for them to get back to the house.
Good. We will hope that Toller is still drunk. At any rate, you must get us into the house. We must explore the west wing.
I'll do my best, Mr. Holmes. Now I must hurry. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Hunter. Well, my dear Holmes, what do you make of it all? The blue dress and the man in front of the house.
Obviously, they've had someone had her impersonating someone. Someone young whose hair has been cut off during an illness. That someone is probably the person imprisoned in the west wing.
Sinister.
That is not the most sinister part of Miss Hunter's story.
Oh, what is that?
The unpleasant disposition of the child.
Oh, what's that got to do with it?
My dear Watson, as a medical man, you know that a child's tendencies can be discovered by a study of the parents. But heredity as a science could be worked backwards as well. You can get a good insight into the character of the parents by studying the children. This child is cruel, abnormally cruel. He probably inherited it from one of his parents. I only hope nothing serious happens before 7 o'clock tonight.
Gracious, what a night. First thunderstorm of the season. Listen to that dog. He's in an ugly temper.
Listens to the house with this group of Copper Breeches in front of it. Yes. Miss Hunter waiting for us in the doorway.
The coast must be clear.
Oh, come in. You must be soaked to the skin.
Oh, you're rather wet yourself. You must be careful, you know. You'll be catching...
Quiet. What's that pounding?
It's Tola. He was just going out to release the dog. I sent him to the wine cellar, then locked him in.
Splendid.
I managed to get Tola's keys this afternoon, too. He was quite drunk. They are duplicates of Mr. Rucastle.
Better and better, but come along upstairs. We've no time to waste. Have you got your revolver handy, Watson?
Yes.
Good.
Good heavens, that lightning must have hit quite near here.
One of the Copper Breeches, no doubt.
Now, which key? Oh, this one. That's right. Nothing here. Come along.
Listen to that rain on the roof.
The middle door, you said. Hello in there. No answer. I don't like that. Watson, help me remove this bedstead, will you?
Sure.
That's right. All right, hide it one side. Here, cut the rope. That's it.
The door's locked.
Oh, we must break it open then. Come on. 1, 2. All right. Hello. There's no one here.
That villain Rucastle has made away with the prisoner.
You may be right. He's probably being carried off.
Yes, but how?
Through the skylight. It's still open. Shut that table over here.
What are you going to do?
Stand on it, of course. Yes. 2 pairs of footprints. And there's a ladder resting against the eaves. So that's how he did it.
But that's not possible. The ladder wasn't there when the Rucastles went away.
Then he must have come back.
He's a dangerous and clever man. Listen. Yes. I think I hear his steps on the stairs.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you'll kill us all.
I thought I'd find you here.
You villain, what have you done with your daughter?
I'm the one that's asked that. You thief, you robbers. I've caught you. You're in my power. I'll fix you. Hello. I'll fix
He's going to get the dog. We'll be torn to shreds.
Quick, Watson. We must close the front door.
Right, Holmes.
Let me out, Mr. Rucastle. Loose the dog. He'll kill Mr. Rucastle. Oh, quick. It'll be too late.
It's Tola. Here are the keys, Miss Hunter. Let him out.
All right.
His baby.
Oh, it's Carlo. He's got Mr. Rucastle by the throat.
Quick, Watson, give me your revolver.
Careful you don't hit the man by mistake.
Shut up and stand back, Watson.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, thank heaven. You killed Carlo. I thought it was too late. It's so horrible. I think I...
Watson and Tola, bring Rucastle into the house, will you?
Oh, it feels so strange. Weak. I just don't know.
No, Miss Hunter, please, it's all over. Just you go upstairs and pack your bag. Dr. Watson and I are going to take you back to town with us on the 9 o'clock train. So you think, Watson, that Rucastle will live?
I'm afraid so, Holmes.
Oh, I'm so glad to get away from that dreadful place.
I say, Holmes, just what did happen to the prisoner in the West Wing, and who was it?
It's all so disgustingly simple, my dear Watson. It's Rucastle's daughter, as I suspected. It seems that she had inherited some money from her mother, who was Rucastle's first wife. When she threatened to get married and take her small fortune with her, her father tried to get her to sign a paper giving the money to him. He worried her until she got brain fever and had to have all her hair cut off.
Oh, what a brute.
I got all these details from Tiller. Still, her young man stuck to her, and she to him. After that, Mr. Rucastle locked his daughter up and brought Miss Hunter down from London in order to impersonate her, get rid of the persistent suitor. This young gentleman, however, was a persevering chap, and having greased Toller's palm very thoroughly, he learned the true state of affairs. With the help of Toller and a long stepladder, he rescued his fiancée. They're now headed for Southampton with a special license, and this time Miss Rucastle, or rather Mrs. Fowler, is really going to America on our honeymoon.
Oh, it is quite romantic, isn't it, Holmes?
You and your romance, Watson. You're a regular old woman.
Well, I'm glad we were able to help the poor thing, but I wouldn't go back to that house again. Not for twice the salary.
Oh, that reminds me, Miss Hunter. I was talking to a friend of mine about you the other day. She's at a private school in Walsall. I believe she said she had an opening for you.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you're a darling.
No, my dear, it's quite inconsequential. Oh, really, no. Shut up, Watson.
Well, Dr. Watson, you certainly had some exciting times when you were living with Sherlock Holmes.
I certainly did, Mr. Manning. Those were the days. I mean, never a dull moment. Yes, but I think of the thrilling experiences that Holmes brought into my life. I can almost forgive him for being so deucedly critical.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, before Dr. Watson tells us what next week's adventure will be, here's what to do when you feel any sign of a cold. Here's what to do for prompt relief. Go right to your druggist and say a package of bromoquinine tablets, please. Start taking the tablets right away, according to the directions on every box. You'll be surprised with the prompt action of bromoquinine tablets. You'll be amazed with the way they relieve a cold's discomfort. You'll get results such as to delight and reassure you. You'll say, here indeed is a dependable preparation well worthy of its fame. Don't leave your radio tonight without making a mental note that any sign or suspicion of a cold, you're going to take bromoquinine tablets. You'll probably have more than one occasion to be grateful for the resolution. Remember, bromo, B-R-O-M-O, quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E, bromoquinine cold tablets. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week, sir?
Well, next week, we shall hear about the noble bachelor who finally married and whose wife disappeared between the wedding and the bridal breakfast.
So this bachelor had a wife, eh? Even Holmes will have trouble explaining that.
Not at all, Mr. Manning. Not at all. You'll hear all about it next week. And the most peculiar story it is, too.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Copper Breeches, starring Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The dramatization was by Edith Meyer. This program is presented from Hollywood every week at this same time by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets. Quick relief for cold. This is not Manning speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
While the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Right now, your Rexall druggist is offering a 50-cent saving on refreshing Caranome dusting powder and Caranome cologne. Usually $1.50 each, they are now reduced to just $1. This saving should be especially good news to you ladies with sensitive skin, for refreshing Caranome dusting powder is hypoallergenic, pure, mild, extra fine textured. And Caranome cologne, with its world-famous fragrance that's so elusive yet lingers for hours, is equally fine, equally refreshing. So save 1/3 on Caranome dusting powder and Caranome cologne throughout August at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Oh, gee, Diamond, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?
Oh, no, Seymour. I feel great.
Oh.
Who needs teeth? Come to think of it, though, I might be more comfy down here if you'd lift this desk off my chest.
Oh, yeah, sure. There you go.
Oh, well, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't mean to knock you over.
So forget it. I enjoy having my chest crushed as much as the next guy.
Okay. Now, the throw I'm going to show you now is called a Japanese shoulder toss.
Look, Seymour, you've convinced me. Judo is a wonderful sport. I didn't realize what I'd been missing all these years. I love this sport, judo. Now, what'll it be, canasta or Old Maid?
What?
How about hopscotch?
Oh, come on. Let me show you just one more throw, huh?
Not even if it was with a beanbag.
And maybe some wrestling holds in. I know a lot of wrestling stuff. Must be some trick you'd like me to try.
No, Seymour. I really don't believe Well, come to think of it, yes, there is. A wonderful little trick.
Huh?
You get yourself a nice long rope, throw it high up into the air.
Yeah?
And then real quick you climb way, way up to the top and just disappear.
Oh, that's nuts.
Oh, a defeat, huh? What? No. Diamond Detective Agency, brains, experience, enthusiasm, delirium tremens.
Rick, don't be so silly. I might have been a prospective client.
Oh, hi, sweetie.
Hi.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But you'll have to admit, I have got brains and enthusiasm and good looks and a dynamic personality. And my father can beat up your father.
Rick, you're incorrigible.
No, I'm right here in New York.
Oh, that's just dandy. Now, will you please tell me what we're doing tonight?
Oh, that, honey, is a long story.
Uncomfortable.
Well, remember the day we walked into Gimbel's basement and I bumped into an old schoolmate of mine who was demonstrating barbells?
I remember how funny you looked when he goaded you into picking up that big weight.
Yeah. And how hysterical it was when he had to carry me upstairs to the chiropractor.
I carried you just like a baby, too, didn't I?
Who's that?
Now, that's him. Muscles. He bicycled all the way over from Jersey just to tell me his ideas on self-defense.
He bicycled?
Oh, he was dressed for it. Top hat, tails, sneakers.
What are you talking about?
One of his cleverest ideas was that I'd treat him to dinner tonight if he could knock me to the floor in less than 30 seconds.
So?
Gave him the battle of his life. 7 seconds. The point is, where can we eat where they'll poison his food?
Hey, I heard that.
It's all right, Seymour. You can order small helpings.
Rick.
Let's make it Leon's, baby. Okay?
Must we?
Will you be an angel and meet us at Leon's?
I'll meet you at Leon's.
8 o'clock sharp.
Rick, if you keep me waiting.
If I keep you waiting, you can have a lock of my hair. 8 o'clock.
Sharp.
Well, I'll see you at Leon's at 8 o'clock, huh? Bring lots of money, because I'm a guy that can really eat.
Oh, I'll bet you are. Well, if you arrive there before I do, Seymour, start in on the ferns by the front door. Seymour was too stupid to go away mad, but at least he went away. I settled back in my chair and made a half-hearted attempt to figure a face out of the water spot on the ceiling. When I woke up, it was 5 o'clock, and I hated myself for the indulgence. As I sat there, thinking how much my mouth tasted like an old motorman's glove, I heard a noise in the hall on the other side of my door. Well, good afternoon. Something I can do for...
Juice bar. Juice bar.
Hey. He fell face forward into the pool of blood at his feet, like a wino who'd stumbled into a fountain of muscatel. Funny, isn't it, how an ice pick loses all its homey appeal when it's sticking out of a guy's back? The ice pick this guy was wearing was no exception. I didn't know how long he'd been leaning against my door, but one thing was certain, it was long enough to die.
I put in a call to 5th Precinct Police Headquarters and Lieutenant Levinson. And 10 minutes later, my office was full of badges.
And you have no idea who he is, huh, Rick?
Not the vaguest, Walt.
Well, the checkup shows you're the only office in the building that's been open after 2, so he must have been on his way to see you when he got it from behind.
Maybe he was delivering ice and just happened to fall on his ice pick.
Otis.
Yeah?
Otis, now that you've solved it, why don't you go down to the glue factory and let them put you up in nice little glass bottles?
Oh.
Well, anyway, he has a billfold in his pocket. That ought to tell us something.
Now, let her look, Fatty.
Huh? Oh, sure. Here.
Quite a card collector, wasn't he?
Quite.
Gold Furriers, the Copper Room, O'Toole's Diner.
It's lousy food. Got ptomaine once from their cheesecake.
I remember. I got ptomaine just watching you eat it.
I resent that.
And I accept your apology.
Yeah.
Huh? Where's that green card from?
This one?
Yeah.
The Apollo Health Club. Hey, that's right down the street.
Nothing with the old boy's name on it, though.
Afraid not. However, something tells me you'll get that from the old boy's fingerprints.
Let's hope so.
Good afternoon to you, sir, and welcome to the Apollo Health Club. May I be of assistance?
I'd like to get a massage.
Splendid. Performs wonders after a fatiguing day. A veritable balm to the chafed tissues of the body.
But will it cure snow blindness?
I beg your pardon?
No, just ignore me. I'm a little chewed up today.
I assume you're referring to a state of mind.
Well, not altogether. Got a kink at my back that isn't entirely mental.
Well, at least you've come to the proper place. A measure of skillfully applied anatomical science will regenerate the damaged musculature in no time. O'Brien, Mr. O'Brien, front, please. One of my best masseurs.
Oh, you're the owner, huh?
I am, sir. Let me introduce myself. Emerson Van Arthur, Doctor of Anatomical Science.
Richard Diamond.
A pleasure.
Nice layout you have here.
Indeed. 5 years of assiduous study in Switzerland under the illustrious Dr. von Sepperville have given me a boundless knowledge of the human mechanism. As a consequence, of course...
Are you phone me, Doctor?
Yes. O'Brien, I did. Mr. Diamond here wishes a massage.
Sure, fine.
I'll speak to you later, Mr. Diamond.
Like this way, sir.
Remember, the blood toward the heart, always toward the heart.
A real private detective, huh?
Too private, judging from last month's receipts. Hey, you know, you really rubbed that kink out of my back.
Good. Don't know if you noticed it, but I was doing all my rubbing with my right arm. Tore a muscle on my left shoulder this morning and really put it out of commission.
Oh, that's too bad. Speaking of things being out of commission reminds me, there's a body down at the morgue I'd like you to take a look at. Guy might have been a client of yours.
Oh, what makes you think that?
Had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
Oh?
When could you come down?
How about tonight? We close here at 10.
Fine. Make it, about 10:30? Know where the morgue is?
Yeah. Now, how'd this guy die anyway?
Somebody hid their ice pick in his spinal column.
No kidding.
Yeah. The corpse is a little dark-complexioned man. Kinky hair, glasses, bald spot on the top of his head.
Hey, that description fits a guy who comes in here every night around closing time. Fanatic on diet. He buys wheat germ from us by the case.
Know his name or where he lives?
Oh, I know that
Pardon the intrusion, gentlemen, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask Mr. O'Brien to hurry down to the gymnasium.
Oh, sure, right away, sir. Here's a fresh towel, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt like this, but we're a trifle understaffed, and expediting the evening rush is something of a problem.
Quite all right.
Talk to you later tonight, Mr. Diamond.
All right. Oh, hey, in case you can't make it, give me a buzz at Leon's restaurant. I'll be there till 9:15.
Right.
Monsieur Diamond.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Hello, Leon.
Par ici.
Which translated into English means?
Right this way.
Both my guests arrived?
Oui. First the young lady, then a few minutes later the gymnast. But, Monsieur Diamond, a telephone call is waiting for you.
Oh, thanks, Leon. Hello, Diamond speaking.
Hello, Mr. Diamond. This is Red O'Brien down at the Apollo Club.
Oh, yeah, O'Brien.
Hey, listen, you gotta come down here right away. I really stumbled into something.
Yeah, what's that?
Can't tell you over the the phone. Just get down here. Drop everything and get down here. Hurry.
Look, Red, I'm right in the middle of it. Hello? 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 Oh. Hey, kids, I gotta run. Be back in a few minutes.
Just where do you think you're going?
Place called the Apollo Club.
Yeah? Well, how about my dinner?
Go right ahead and order. I'll be back. Oh, by the way, Seymour, that potato salad on the child's plate is a real deal for a quarter. And Helen.
Yes, Rick.
Shoot to kill if he even suggests wrestling. I walked out of Leon's, flagged down a cab, and spent the trip back to the Apollo Club, wondering what Red O'Byron was so worked up about and why he'd hung up on me. As my cab started to swing in toward the curb, I got that lousy feeling again, and I decided definitely it was not one of Leon's martinis, but rather the large white ambulance parked in front of the Apollo Health Club. I was halfway up the steps of the club when Dr. Van Arthur appeared in the doorway.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond. This is terrible. Terrible.
What is?
We've had an accident.
Red O'Byron?
Yes. Oh, terrible. Like losing a son.
Losing? He's dead?
Yes. He was performing a handstand on the rings in the gymnasium. He slipped and fell. Broke his neck.
Now, Rexall's Pharmaceutical Laboratories announce a brand new vitamin product, Rexall 5X Vitamins. They're called 5X because each tablet supplies 5 times the daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. What's more, each tablet contains 5 micrograms of red crystalline B12. Right now, your Rexall family druggist is introducing this new vitamin product with a special offer. He will give you, free of extra cost, a 10-day trial supply of 5X vitamins when you purchase the regular bottle of 50 tablets. Try 5X vitamins for 10 days. And if you're not completely satisfied, simply return the unopened bottle of 50 and your full purchase price will be refunded. Ask for the regular 50-tablet bottle and 10-day trial bottle of Rexall 5X vitamins. Both just $6.95 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Well, hello, Otis. Is the lieutenant around?
Yeah, he's around, so what?
Otis, did you ever think how silly you'd look hanging from your thumbs?
Go soak your head.
You mean that's how you shrunk yours?
Ooh. Well, now, isn't that a coincidence?
Is it?
I was just thinking how peaceful it is around the precinct when you're not. Yeah. You shut up, you.
You tell him, Fatty.
How would you like to...
I'd like a little information, if you don't mind. I'd like you to see what facts you can scare up on the guy who runs the Apollo Health Club. His name is Van Arthur.
If I remember right, the stiff we hauled away in front of your office today had a card from the Apollo Club in his billfold.
You remember right?
And we found out his name was Rudy Lubin. Narcotics has a file on him that goes forever.
How about the ice pick? Any fingerprints?
None.
Well, that's always a help.
I should say.
Personally, I think Otis did it.
Think I did what?
You see, Walter, typical pathological reaction?
What do you mean?
Oh, don't worry, Otis. We won't let them hang you, right, Walt?
Right.
Not as long as we have a rope and a tree.
No. Hey, what's up? Who you calling?
Leon's restaurant. Helen's over there breathing with a diaphragm. And Seymour... Oh, you don't know him, but he's tearing phone books apart.
Good evening, Leon.
Hello, Leon. This is Richard Diamond. My friend still there?
Oui. They are waiting for you, no?
They're waiting for me, yes. Let me speak to the noisy one with the biceps, will you?
Oui, bien entendu.
What's all this about?
It's about a guy who got stabbed in front of my door, a masseur named O'Byron who got his neck broken doing tricks on the rings, and something that O'Byron mentioned earlier. Seymour?
Where are you, anyway? We've been waiting an hour.
That's not the point. The point is, I want you to listen to me. Could a guy do a handstand on the rings if he had a torn muscle in his shoulder?
Are you kidding?
I'm very serious.
Heck no, he couldn't. It's impossible. Shoulder muscles are the ones do all the work. Deltoids, trapezius, upper pecs.
Yeah. Okay. Look, Seymour, you got to do me a favor. Meet me in front of the Apollo Health Club as soon as you can get there.
Well, how about your girlfriend?
Tell her to wait there till I come for her.
Oh, okay, then. Only, what are we going to do?
Trap or murder it. I hung up, assured Lieutenant Levinson that I was just going to do a little reconnaissance work, and then left for the Apollo Club. Seymour was waiting when my cab drew up in front. I explained to him the part I wanted him to play.
Just leave it to me. If this doctor's a phony, I'll find out for you.
Let's go.
Hello again, Mr. Diamond.
Doctor?
I just talked to the O'Brien boys' family. Oh, it was heart-rending, absolutely heart-rending. I almost broke down.
No, you will before it's over.
Huh?
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Seymour Caper.
A pleasure, sir.
What do you say, Doc?
Seymour's been having a little trouble with his chest lately. I told him you were a doctor of...
anatomical science.
Yeah, and that you could undoubtedly do him some good.
Very kind of you.
It's something to do with my muscles here. You know anything about them?
Muscles are what an anatomical scientist knows most about.
Oh, swell.
The doctor studied all about muscles in Switzerland.
Oh?
Just what seems to be the trouble.
Well, here's the deal, Doc. It all started the other day when I was working out with my barbells. I was doing an exercise for my trapezius when all of a sudden I got a spasm in my tensor fascia. So I bent over to set the barbell down on the floor, and that's when the pain hit me. First in my pectoralis minor, then in my intercostals, and finally my diaphragm. A kind of spasmodic contraction like when you get the hiccups. Only no hiccups. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes. A spasmodic contraction.
Of the diaphragm.
Only no hiccups.
And then my abdominals began tightening until I could hardly expel my rib cage.
Oh.
That's when I called Diamond here.
I see. Yes, quite naturally. If you'll pardon me a moment, I'll see if I can...
Yeah, but wait a minute. I haven't told you about my rhomboid.
His rhomboids seem to be completely out of whack.
Beg your pardon?
Well, it must be either my rhomboids or my dorsal spinalis. Awful pain right between my shoulder blades. What do you figure it is, Doc?
Well, actually, hasty diagnosis isn't feasible. Huh? I really couldn't...
yeah, but you just put your hand on my left rhomboid and feel how knotty it is, huh?
Left rhomboid?
Yeah, go ahead, feel it. It's right under the middle trapezius, Doc. You know where that is.
Please, Seymour. Don't insult the doctor. Any old quack knows where that is.
Yes, certainly. Middle trapezius. Great Scott. I'd almost forgotten. I left a client under the sun lamp. Pardon me, gentlemen. I'll be back in a moment.
Have a hunch he's heading straight for an anatomy chart.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That guy's as funny as the title he uses. Doctor of Anatomical Science. My gluteus.
Mine, too. Come on. I took Seymour by his rhomboid and led him out onto the street, down to the middle of the block and up 3 flights to my office. While I did my thinking, Seymour did his push-ups.
302. 303.
Well, Seymour, we know 3 things. O'Brien couldn't have been exercising on the rings with an injured shoulder.
5 right.
And the doctor's a phony.
6 right.
Then the doctor is a front for something that's important enough to kill people over.
300 and right. 8.
As a consequence, you and I are burglars.
9 right. What?
Starting as soon as the Apollo Club closes.
But you mean we're going to bust into the joint?
We're going to bust into the joint or flatten your head in the attempt. Seymour, you opened that window beautifully.
Thanks.
Remind me to autograph your biceps later.
Hey, this detective business is dangerous, ain't it?
Oh, yes. But think of the advantages. Long hours, no time for meals, and on a good day, a guy can pick up as high as 200 or 300 bullets in his back.
I don't like it.
Go on, crawl in.
Okay. Don't push.
I followed Seymour in, and we waited a minute for our eyes to get accustomed to the darkness. Then we moved cautiously down the stairway to the first floor. I had no idea what I was looking for, but Dr. Van Arthur's office was the first place where I tried to find it.
Hey, the door's locked. You want it opened?
Well, of course I do, Seymour. Use your head.
Okay.
Seymour would be pulling plywood out of his scalp for the next week, but it got us in. I took the place apart, but came up with a big fat nothing. So we left the office and headed down the hall toward the back of the building.
Hey, look.
What's the matter?
It's a fruit juice bar. Oh, boy, am I thirsty.
Well, go mix yourself up a... Juice bar. Juice bar, that's it.
Yeah, good stiff belt of celery juice.
No. This is what the little man who was stabbed outside my office was gasping about when he died. A juice bar. Come on.
Huh. Nothing but juice.
Oh, I wonder what's in this cupboard under the counter.
Is it locked?
Yeah. Think you can pull it open?
Just watch me. You see?
Seymour.
Yeah?
Will you marry me?
I'll give you a belt and a solar plexus.
Later, huh? Right now, let's see what's in this cupboard. You got a match?
I don't smoke.
That's all right. I found one. Well, what do you know about that? Nothing but cans of wheat germ.
Hey, you know what that stuff is, don't you?
I know that the masseur who got killed here told me that the guy who died in front of my office bought it up by the case.
Hand me a can, will you?
Sure. Here.
This stuff is full of vitamins, you know. You want a handful?
Oh, no thanks.
Yeah. Well, it must be some extra special brand. Never tasted anything like this before.
Chew a little louder, Seymour. We can dance to it.
Hey. Hey. That really hits the spot, man. Hey, you want to wrestle?
Oh, quiet, Seymour.
You know what, boy? I can fly.
Seymour.
I can fly, I tell you, see? Oh, man, do I ever love to fly.
While Seymour stood there flapping his arms, I stuck my nose into the can he was holding. Uh-huh. Once you've smelled opium, you can always recognize the aroma, even when it's mixed with wheat germ. I was trying to decide what to do with Seymour when he slid slowly to the floor under the counter and rocked out. I loosened his collar and then started for a telephone.
Leaving, Mr. Detective.
Wow. Doctor, working late?
I'm glad I arrived in time to offer you a drink of fruit juice.
Well, thanks loads, but I'm driving.
Where you're going, Mr. Detective, the weather is too hot for driving.
Now, isn't that a nasty thing for a guy who sticks ice picks in people to say?
Oh, that was the most unpleasant experience, I assure you. It's just that Mr. Lubin began demanding a little too high a percentage for distributing my health foods. Even went so far as to threaten me with exposure.
So you grabbed up an ice pick from your juice bar and followed him out of the club.
Mm-hmm. I doubt if he ever knew what hit him.
Oh, I bet he had a hunch.
Well, I perceive that you sampled my wheat germ.
No, I opened a can or two. Personally, I never touched the stuff without bananas and cream.
You've made the same unfortunate discovery that Roaad Angel made, Mr. Detective.
Oh, that's why he called me Leon.
Yes, and that's also why I had to resort to the unsportsmanlike expedient of luring him to the balcony of the gymnasium and then pushing him over head first.
I was about to call the doctor a particularly dirty name when Seymour's hulking shoulders loomed up behind the juice bar, not over 3 feet from where the doctor was standing. Doctor, you're wrong. Seymour is not a sissy.
What?
I don't think you could beat up Seymour with one hand. That's what.
Mr. Diamond, I'm afraid you're asking to be shot.
Yeah, well, just to try it.
Who said...
I'll teach him to call somebody who knows how to fly a sissy.
Still here, though, huh?
Oui, but very angry.
Look, Leon, you got to do something for me.
Oui?
Tell the violinist to get his big fat Stradivarius over to where she's sitting.
And quick. Oui, immediately.
Hello, Miss Asher. Oh, come on, sweetie. I've had a rough night subduing murderers, opium eaters. Least you could do is say hello.
Hello.
I like that song, don't you?
Look, I know all about you and your little violin bit.
Huh?
I saw Leon pointing us out to the violinist.
He did?
Mm-hmm. And where, may I ask, is little Seymour?
Little Seymour ate too many goodies. He's having his stomach pumped.
Oh, now that's sweet.
I think so. I think the song is nice, too.
I think you should sing it, too.
I think I should, too.
close and hold me fast, the magic spell you cast. This is La When you kiss me, heaven sighs, and though I close my eyes, I see La When you press me to your heart, I'm in a world apart, a world where roses bloom. And when you speak, angels sing from above. Everyday words seem to turn into love songs. Give your heart and soul to me, and life will always be La Vie en Rose.
Nothing?
I won't say.
Want to feel my biceps?
All right.
Well?
Nothing.
Here's a way to lose up to 5 pounds a week and lose where it shows. Yes, friends, I'm talking about the new Ann Delafield reducing plan. Today, there's simply no reason for any woman, or man either, to be handicapped by ugly fat. With the scientific Ann Delafield reducing plan, losing weight is easy. It's fun. You don't starve, you don't count calories, there are no drugs, no unbalanced dieting. Why put up with those dangerous extra pounds a moment longer? Ask for the Ann Delafield reducing plan today at any Rexall drugstore. And overweight men, here's wonderful news for you. Rexall has just introduced a brand new men's product for the first time anywhere. The Delafield reducing plan for men. Look young, feel young, stay young for your age with a plan tailor-made for you at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Harvey Easton with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release. And his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, Bill Conrad, Jay Novello, and Dan O'Herlihy. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Now, enjoy quick, cooling relief from sunburn with Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's a new, soothing lotion that actually forms a protective film over the skin. Spreads better. Stays on longer than ordinary sunburn remedies. Take the burn out of sunburn. Try Rexall Sunburn Cream. It's at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. with our special guest, Howard Duff, who is the famous detective Sam Spade. Yours truly, Toby Reed, Joseph Kearns, Eric Snowden, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Many people say that Gracie is responsible for George being where he is today, and that's certainly true. Gracie is also responsible for Sam Spade being where he is today. You see, George and Sam Spade are both in jail. How did it happen? Well, let's listen as George is being questioned by a police lieutenant.
All right, let's start at the top. Name?
George Burns.
Occupation?
I'm married to Gracie Allen.
No. What do you do? What keeps you busy?
I'm married to Gracie Allen.
Let me put it this way. What's your source of income?
I'm married to Gracie Allen.
All right, skip it. What's your age?
Approximately 42.
How come you look older?
I'm married to Gracie Allen.
What's your address?
360 North Camden.
All right, Burns, now suppose you tell me why you're in this jam.
I'm married to Gracie Allen.
You're in a rut. Hey, Spade, how come you're in this jam?
He's married to Gracie Allen.
You know, Burns, you and this Spade character are accused of murder. Now, suppose you tell me the whole story right from the start.
Okay, Lieutenant. It all started last Sunday night. I was sitting home listening to the radio with my wife. I'm married to
Gracie Allen. Yes, that part I know. Take it from there.
Well, Gracie and I were listening to the adventures of Sam Spade. The program was just finishing.
All right, Jenkins. Let's take a little ride down to headquarters.
Me, sir? But I wouldn't murder Mr. Benson. I've been his butler for 20 years.
Don't play innocent. I know you pulled this caper, and I've got enough evidence to put you right in the hot seat.
But, Mr. Spade, I didn't do it.
Say that malarkey for the warden. You were clever, Jenkins, but not clever enough. I think I'll call this the careless butler caper.
Why did you turn off the radio, Gracie?
Sam Spade got the wrong man tonight.
What?
I'm positive that Jenkins the butler wasn't guilty. An innocent man is going to get the hot plate.
Hot seat. And don't worry. He'll only get it on the radio.
Well, who cares where they put it? When he sits down, it'll burn. I've got to talk to Sam Spade right away.
Honey, Sam Spade is not a real detective.
I'll say he isn't. Any man who'd make an innocent butler sit on the hot plate...
Gracie, he'll get a hot seat.
Oh, he sure will after he sits on that hot plate.
Look, here's what I mean. On his program, Sam Spade is a private detective. But in real life, he's just an ordinary guy. Just like on your program, you're a nitwit. But in real life... That won't work. Anyway, Gracie, what you just heard was only a radio program.
I know that. The real crime happened last week. Every Sunday night, Sam Spade broadcasts his most thrilling case of the week.
You still don't understand. Sam Spade is just a character.
I'll say he's a character. Making that poor innocent butler sit on a hot plate.
Hot seat. Let me try to explain this once more. Sam Spade isn't even the fellow's real name. He's the brainchild of Dashiell Hammett.
Oh, you mean his real name is Sam Hammett?
No, his real name is Howard Duff.
Then why isn't his father's name Dashiell Duff?
Look, Sam Spade doesn't have any actual father or mother. He came from Dashiell Hammett's typewriter.
Oh, George, you're so innocent. You believe that old story about coming from under cabbage leaves, too.
What's the use? Okay, Sam Spade is a naughty detective, and he's sending an innocent butler to the hot plate.
Hot seat.
Good night, dear.
Good night.
Well, Lieutenant, I didn't think any more about it. I was tired. It was past my bedtime.
What time was it?
It was after 9.
Gee.
So I went to bed thinking Gracie would follow me. Instead, she followed Sam Spade.
Oh, what do you mean?
Let me tell you about that part of it, Lieutenant.
Okay, Spade.
Well, I'd finished my regular Sunday night show at the broadcasting studio, after which the actors lingered on for a little bull session, who stepped on whose lines, I want a bigger part next week, and so forth. So, it's about 10 when I step out into the California night air, which is also about 10. But there's no snow, so I decide to walk home. I haven't taken 2 steps when this little lady grabs me by the sleeve and says,
"Are you Sam Spade?"
Well, if I had known then what I know now, I would have thrown myself under the wheels of a passing Sunset bus. But I'm a ham, and I figure she's maybe a fan, so I answer in my best Pasadena Playhouse voice. Why, yes, I'm Sam Spade.
The butler didn't do it.
Huh?
You've got the wrong man. The butler didn't jerk that kipper.
Jerk that kipper?
Yank that copper?
You mean pull that caper?
That's it, yes. You sent an innocent man to jail.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Lady, I think you're a little mixed up about me. I'm just an actor on CBS.
That's what everybody said.
Look, little lady, I'm tired. It's been a tough day. I'll see you around, huh?
Now, just a minute, Sam Spade. I heard you arrest that butler. Now, you've got to let him go free.
You wouldn't give me a rib, would you?
Anything to free that butler. Which rib do you want?
I'll tell you what. Why don't you write me a letter? With a dull pencil. Don't use anything sharp.
Mm-hmm. I'll do better than that. I'll come to your office. Where is it?
I haven't got an office.
Oh, plain cagey, huh? All right. I'll come to your house. Where's that?
321... Oh, no. I'm not talking. I want to get some sleep tonight. So long.
So long.
Why are you following me? What do you want?
Got a cigarette?
Sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Got a match?
Sure. Want me to light it for you?
No, thanks. I don't smoke.
Then why did you ask me for a cigarette?
Well, I thought I'd better have it in case somebody asked me for one.
I see.
Would you like a cigarette?
No, thanks.
Well, good night.
Good night. Okay. Now what?
Got the time?
Yeah, it's exactly 10:10.
Thanks.
I meant it's 10 minutes after 10.
You're wrong. My watch says 15 after 10.
You've got a watch?
Sure.
Then why did you ask me the time?
Want a cigarette?
No.
Well, good night.
Good night. Look, lady, stop following me.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, fancy meeting me here. Can't I give you the slip?
Please. I couldn't accept a thing like that from a strange man.
All right, what do you want this time?
Got a road map?
A road map. Are you lost?
No.
May I make a suggestion?
What?
Get lost.
Well, good night.
Good night. Well, I've had enough of this, little lady. You've seen the end of me.
Yes, for 2 blocks.
This time I'll lose you. Hey, taxi. Let's get out of here, cabby, but fast. Here's my house, cabby. Pull up. That was real driving, buddy. Keep the change. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, no. How did you get here?
On the back of that cab.
Who are you, anyway?
Oh, no. I'm too smart to tell you who I am. If I did, you'd complain to my husband, George Burns.
Oh, so you're Gracie Allen.
How did you find out?
You forget I'm a detective.
Oh.
And now I know what the National Safety Council means when they say don't be a Gracie.
Oh, never mind that. Are you going to let the butler go?
Look, Gracie, there's really no butler in prison, and I'm not really Sam Spade.
Oh, now, don't give me that story about your mother being a typewriter.
What?
You're not talking to a child. I'm older than I look.
Okay, Gracie, I see there's no use arguing with a smart girl like you. I'll see that the butler gets out. I'll get him the best mouthpiece in town.
Get him out first. Fix his teeth later.
Okay. Good night. Well, Lieutenant, I thought that would be the end of the episode.
But it wasn't, huh? Brother, you haven't heard anything yet. The next morning...
Wait a minute, Mr. Burns. Before I listen to any more of this story, I'll have to send out for some aspirin.
Yeah, have some of mine.
Hey, how come you walk around with your pockets full of aspirin?
I'm married to Gracie Allen.
Yes, it's Strike Up the Band, the glorious music of George Gershwin. You know, you just can't mistake those melodies, those typical harmonies, the wonderful Gershwin rhythms. And it's all these things, all the separate musical elements skillfully combined, that make the music of George Gershwin so immortal. Listen a moment to one of his most famous compositions. It was heard for the first time just 25 years ago tonight. But see if you can recognize it when we play just the mellow harmony. With that, we'll blend this counter melody for richness. And now to add that vigorous Gershwin rhythm. Finally, we'll round out this great score as Gershwin intended you to hear and enjoy it by adding his full-bodied melody. Yes, the famous Rhapsody in Blue, even more popular today than when it was first played 25 years ago tonight. Like all great composers, George Gershwin knew well that great music requires not one, but many fine musical parts, all skillfully blended into one harmonious score. And friends, it takes the same skill in blending to bring you great coffee, famous Maxwell House coffee. Its flavor, rich, satisfying, good-to-the-last-drop flavor that's made Maxwell House America's favorite brand of coffee. And to create the superb flavor, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many choice coffees from the fertile highlands of Latin America. First, they select premium grades of Monticelli's coffees for mellowness. To these coffees, fine Medellins are added for richness. But famous Maxwell House flavor must be more than mellow and rich, so other choice coffees are added for vigor. And then Bucaramanga's coffees contribute their fine, full body. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
So tomorrow, discover all the extra flavor that's yours in every cup of America's favorite brand of coffee. Famous Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. And now, back to the city jail, where George and Sam Spade are trying to explain how Gracie put them there.
Let's see if I've got this straight so far, Burns. Your wife listened to Sam Spade's program, thought he was really sending an innocent butler to the chair, and started hounding him.
That's right, Lieutenant.
What did you think, Spade?
I didn't know what to think, Lieutenant. The surveys tell me I have 10 million odd listeners, but I didn't think any of them were that odd.
Well, anyway, to get rid of her, you told her that you'd free the butler.
Yeah, but that didn't satisfy Gracie. She demanded to see the guy.
That's when Spade came to me for help. He asked me to make Gracie leave him alone.
What'd you say?
I told him to ask me something easy, like getting Westbrook Pegler to dance with Eleanor Roosevelt.
Mr. Burns, why do you put up with a wife like that?
I'm too old to go back to Gus Edwards. Besides which, I happen to love her.
Well, so what did you two decide to do?
Well, there was only one thing we could do. That was dig up the actor who played the butler in my program and let Gracie see him.
Which we did.
Yeah, and that's when we really got into trouble.
Well, tell me just what happened.
Okay. Spade was giving the guy his final instructions.
Now, remember, Claudia Jenkins, the butler, and I have set you free.
Don't worry, I'll have Mrs. Burns crying like a baby. In radio, they don't call me the male Ma Perkins for nothing.
Well, come on, Gracie's in the next room. Honey, here's Sam Spade.
Yes, Mrs. Burns, and I've freed the butler. Here he is.
How do you do, madam?
It is the butler. I recognize that voice. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Jenkins. What will you do now that you're free?
I shall return to the home of my youth.
Where did your youth live?
I had reference to my birthplace, madam. Dear old England. I shall go back there to regain my health.
Really?
Yes, America is nice, but I'll take Liverpool.
Well, you don't have to go to England for Liverpools. They're made right here.
Oh, yes, that's Carter's little Liverpools. They take
Liverpool is the name of a city.
Yes, now, thank Mrs. Burns for getting out of jail and then disappeared.
Madam, your beneficent intervention has terminated a most injurious and humiliating incarceration. You'll never know what that means.
Well, I won't unless you shorten the words.
Goodbye, Jenkins.
Farewell all. I go to a new and better life.
Oh, goodbye. Write me from Kidney Creek.
Liverpool.
Well, I was in the right neighborhood. Goodbye.
Well, that takes care of that, eh, George?
You said it.
I'll be running along, too. Goodbye, Gracie.
Just a minute. Now, look, if the butler didn't murder Mr. Benson, who did?
Huh?
You proved that his wife and daughter didn't do it, and there was only one other person on the scene. So he must be the murderer.
Who?
You.
Me?
Confess, Sam Spade. You murdered Mr. Benson.
But I had no motive.
And you did it with something else.
Look, Gracie,
Hand me my lipstick, George. I'm going to give him the 3rd degree.
Lipstick?
Well, I want to look nice when he shines that bright light in my face.
You're supposed to shine it in his face.
Oh, well, then give him the lipstick.
I'm getting out of this madhouse. Goodbye.
Well, Lieutenant, Spade ran out of that house like he was seeing a ghost, which was true because from then on Gracie started haunting him, trying to make him confess.
Yeah, she found out that my radio sponsor was Wild Root Cream Oil, so she disguised herself with a big hat and a veil and knocked at my door.
Sam Spade?
Yes.
How do you do? My name is Wild Root.
Wild Root?
Perhaps you know my husband, Willie Cream Oil. My full name is Mrs. Wild Root Cream Oil. I'm the wife of your sponsor.
Now, look.
I understand you murdered a Mr. Benson. Now, that's strictly forbidden in your contract.
Mrs. Cream Oil, you look like Gracie Allen to me.
Flattery will get you no place. Now, if you'd like to confess, perhaps we can get you off with life imprisonment. And when you come out, you can take over your program again.
Gracie, I did not murder Mr. Benson. Go away. But the next day, she was back. This time with another disguise.
Sam Spade?
Yes?
I'm from Western Union. I have a telegram here from President Truman.
What?
I'll read it to you. Dear Sam, confess. Signed, Harry. Any answer?
Scram. Beat it. Go away.
That's no way to talk to the president.
Out. Out. But the third day topped everything. She posed as a private detective.
Sam Spade?
Yes?
I'm Sally Shovel. Now, listen, chum. We're in the same racket, pal, and I want to help you, buddy, so why don't you confess, Mac?
You're a private eye?
Also ear, nose, and throat. I put everything into my work. Now, confess, Drop. So you murdered Benson, so what? I've been mixed up with a few keepers. Or is it capers?
In your case, it's keepers. Now go away.
Well, Lieutenant, that's when Spade came to see me again. Looking much older.
Yeah, we hit on a brilliant scheme. We decided that I should confess the murder, then George would pretend to take me to the city hall to surrender, and Gracie would forget the whole thing.
But Gracie did something we didn't count on.
What was that?
While I was going to pick up Spade, she called the police.
Oh, yes, that's where I come into the picture. She called me.
I suppose you tell us what happened then.
Well, when I got to the house, she said...
There's a desperate criminal on his way here to confess a murder. As soon as he confesses, you can grab him.
Don't worry, lady. I'll...
Oh, that must be him.
Yeah, you wait in the next room. He may be armed.
Oh, he is. There's one hanging from each shoulder. You call me if you need.
Oh, hello. Where's everybody?
Never mind. What's your name?
Bill Goodwin.
What did you do with the body?
I took her home.
What did you do then?
I dumped her out.
Ah, she was dead, huh?
Well, sure, that's why I took her home.
You've done a pretty terrible thing, young man.
Tomorrow I'll send her some flowers.
Oh, you're a real killer.
Oh, sure.
Now tell me everything you did tonight.
I will not. Who are you, her father?
No.
Well, in that case, I'll tell you that. Another fellow and I double dated. We met the girls, and the four of us went into a restaurant for dinner. I ordered 4 cups of Maxwell House coffee.
Then what?
Well, I told the waiter to bring the other people some, too. Yeah, I wanted them to taste the rich, mellow goodness of Maxwell House. It's America's favorite coffee, you know.
Yes, I know. What happened then?
Well, that's when the girl and I got into a fight.
Aha, what about?
She caught me drinking her Maxwell House coffee.
Yeah, but you'd had 4 cups.
Well, when you taste that good to the last drop flavor, you just don't know when to stop. You know, Maxwell House is a blend of the finest Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection.
Well, officer, did he confess to murder? Bill Goodwin.
He confessed everything, Mrs. Burns. He got mixed up with a girl, and now he's headed for the chair.
You're nuts. When I get mixed up with a girl, I head for the divan.
I mean the electric chair. You killed a girl.
Are you kidding? All I killed was 5 cups of Maxwell House coffee.
Yes, officer, this is the wrong man. Sam Spade is the one you want to arrest.
Sam Spade is in trouble? Oh, gee, I was going to hire him to find someone for me.
Who?
Girl about 5'2", red hair, green eyes, terrific figure, drives a Cadillac convertible.
Oh, when did you last see her?
Who's seen her? I want Spade to find me one like that. Well, so long.
Well, there won't be any mistake this time, officer. Here comes my husband up the walk with the real murderer.
Yeah, anyone can tell that guy's a criminal. Look at that low forehead.
That's my husband.
Oh. Well, this time I want to hear the confession before I make the pinch. I'll just duck into this closet.
Oh, poor Mr. Spade. I hate to think of him sitting in the electric chair. With those long legs, he'll be so uncomfortable.
Well, here he is, Gracie. Ready to confess.
Yes, I can hide the truth no longer. I killed Benson.
Why did you do it, Mr. Spade?
That man murdered my mother, ruined my father, tortured my sister, and robbed my brother.
Oh, then it was nothing personal.
No, I just didn't like him.
Oh. How did it happen?
Benson was standing in a bar, see? I walked up to him, let him have 2 slugs, and he fell to the floor.
Couldn't hold his liquor, huh?
You let him have 2 slugs from a pistol. Now keep quiet and let the man confess.
Yes, dear.
I never gave him a chance, see? I shot him down in cold blood. As he lay on the floor, I pulled the trigger again and again and again. When the gun was empty, I stood over his body and laughed like the fiend that I am. I should be locked up for 20 years, 30 years.
I'll make that 40.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Regan from Homicide.
I called him over to hear your confession.
Okay, come on, Spade.
Officer, wait a minute. Let me explain. Mr. Spade and I cooked this whole thing up together.
Oh, an accomplice. I'll take you along, too.
Wait a minute. I've never done anything wrong in my life.
Well, of course not. He's my husband. The man who married me.
All right, so I did one thing wrong.
Come on, you two.
Lieutenant. That's the whole story.
My apologies, fellas. You're both free to go.
Thanks. Come on, Sam. Let's get out of here.
You said it.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Burns, your wife's waiting outside.
Gracie? So long, George. I'm staying in jail.
So long.
Oh, hello, darling.
Hello, Gracie. Let's go home.
Oh, I can't, sweetheart. I've got something important to do.
Hey, you've got that big hat and that veil on again. Where are you going?
Well, while you were in jail, I heard Ellery Queen on the radio, and he arrested the wrong man.
Oh, no, you're not going to start it.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Well, Gracie, next week we're going to have two guest stars. Mr. and Mrs. James Mason.
James Mason? He's that wonderful English actor who's so mean and so rough with women.
That's the man.
Gee, he might hit me. Oh, but with you here, he wouldn't dare.
You said it.
You'd show him. If he hit me, you'd hit Mrs. Mason.
That's what I
Ladies and gentlemen, let's all remember to help the National Safety Council in their campaign to cut down the terrible toll of home accidents. Be safe. Be careful. Don't be a Gracie.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Howard Duff will soon be seen as star of the Universal International picture, Red Canyon. Until next Thursday, when our guests will be Mr. and Mrs. James Mason. Good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.